crossover.
Oh, killer crossover.
Just crossover.
It just crossed him over nastily.
Another victim to the crossovers. Cross him up and sit him down.
Time for the crossover powered by Everlevel Concrete Repair in Omaha at everlevelconcrete.com. John, Josh, and Nick.
Hello. Hi, Happer.
Hi, guys.
Hey.
How we doing today? John, are you all right?
Yeah. What?
John's hated.
Yeah, you just
They hate him.
Your
I just
body
said-
language is just a little.
No,
like,
I'm
a lot
just
of
leaning
empty
back in my
space.
chair. This is such a nice chair. It's a comfortable chair in my private little cell here at CHI.
Nice. Is that the home of the Jimmy Allen halftime experience?
Oh, it is.
Yes,
Hell
it is.
yeah.
Yes, it is.
That's
it is.
awesome.
Yeah. It's,
Any tin foil up there for you there, John, that you could put on your head?
No, but there's some Germex.
Oh, that's important.
There's a telephone.
That's not important.
There's a channel guide for the TV that's not turned on.
Nice.
Awesome.
What's this about people hating John? What's the situation?
There are tweets going around.
What are the tweets saying?
I hate John.
Really?
Basically, am I right, John? I mean, it's pretty close. You know that.
Okay. I'm now
have you
looking
seen
at
this? Have you heard about this?
I'm now looking at it.
Yeah. Also, I don't like John Bishop.
I don't like John Bishop.
Wow.
I hate
fine.
Creighton because of John Bishop.
I mean, I guess if there's something, if it fits on a tombstone, maybe I'll put it on my tombstone.
Hated.
Dr. Abby something hates Creighton because of me,
Yeah.
or hates me because of Creighton. I don't know. Could be one or the other.
It
Well,
feels like hates Creighton because of you.
Can we read
Right.
this comment from Josh? Do we have to have the word?
he said this before.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The girl who brought weed to my wedding hates John.
Yeah.
Marijuana's illegal.
I definitely asked why this person was at Josh's wedding, and I can't remember the answer to that question. But I
Because she was the weed girl, apparently.
Yeah.
Gotta have a weed girl
She
at
heard
your wedding.
flower girl and took it the wrong way.
Oh,
Yeah.
I get it, Nick.
She just went out in the creek and pulled out some ditch weed and
Down by the creek.
started
Creek.
smoking it.
She dated my brother-in-law. Wow.
Oh.
How about that?
Okay.
That was it.
Well,
Crazy.
I found out
That's
a couple years ago that she went to my high school and was only a year older than me. I don't remember her, but she went to my high school.
Really?
Yeah, apparently.
man, this person's got like 0 degrees of separation
I
with
know.
everybody.
There's a lot
Except
of
me,
lore
the
on this
person she
mystery woman.
hates.
Stibbs, is this girl single, Hudson? Dated, past
Wow.
tense?
Stibbs, calm down.
That horny Stibbs.
Jeez.
Look at this.
What girl?
He's still in such a great mood about after Sunday.
I bet.
He's in just the best mood.
Oh, he's got to be just giddy right now, dancing all over the place. I had a friend of mine yesterday who's kind of been laid up because he's had knee surgery, and he was tweeting or texting me all kinds of different memes of, Patrick Mahomes sucking and the Chiefs sucking, and they're over. Bronco fan right now is through the roof.
He
with
was-
excitement and glee.
John was on a text thread receiving memes from people.
During the
Yeah.
Super Bowl.
Interesting.
No, this was yesterday.
Oh, okay,
This was
okay.
after the game because I texted him at halftime and I said, "You got to be just
Stibbs.
loving the crap out of this," and he said, "It's not over yet."
Stibbs is making sure that we all learn the lesson.
Yeah.
The lesson of Sunday was never kill yourself.
What a lesson to learn. Stibbs, I'm happy you're still alive. It's good to have you in the universe.
Sorry, wait,
still.
we're on YouTube. We have to never unalive yourself.
Oh, boo.
It's for the algo.
Boo.
We don't want to get buried.
What? There's all kinds of kill on YouTube. What are we talking about?
Yeah,
here?
Nick, what are we talking about here?
A lot of people say unalive now because a lot of the online algorithms don't like.
Unalive?
Yeah, it's dumb. I don't agree with it. It's just a thing that
Then why
So
did
we
you
can
bring
say
this up?
dildo, but
As a
we
joke.
can't say kill. I don't get that.
Yeah, we can say
Can we say
dildo.
gun?
I don't think YouTube likes that one either.
Gun.
This is like in Meet the Parents. You can't say bomb on an airplane. Bomb. Oh.
Kill. Let's say more stuff that YouTube hates and just see what happens.
Well, I mean, we did start off this conversation by saying weed. That probably
Weed,
might be bad for
gun,
the algo.
kill.
No, I know that weed is okay because I've watched a lot of videos about how to kill weeds in your lawn.
Nice.
So that's
call,
totally
John.
fine.
Good call,
Oh,
John.
I've watched. Man, I got when I get down my rabbit
substitution.
hole. Yes, the buzzer's been going off a lot. By the way, the score, I've never seen it in this building. I've seen it at Madison Square Garden, but apparently
Not
they're
to
doing
brag.
some service work
Oh, they lowered
on
it?
the scoreboard. They lowered it. So UConn,
that's
you've
fun.
got another defender besides Ryan Kalkbrenner to deal with tonight. It's a giant video board.
That's what they
Sitting
do
in
at
the
like
middle of the
media
floor.
days, right? At MSG, they lower the
Yes.
board
You
down.
should go up there, John, and tape a little sign to it and says John Bishop rules, and then it raises up there and everyone sees it.
Oh,
the
then-
whole
that's a
night.
great idea.
It's rules
Yeah, but-
with the Z.
But then
and
Dr.
backwards
Abby
R.
something will climb up there in the middle of the game and take that down.
That's true.
and then use it to smoke with.
Is that how you do
Is
it?
that how you smoke? I don't know. I
I have
haven't watched it on
no
YouTube because the
idea.
algorithm won't allow it.
Oh, darn it. Shucks.
Josh says, RIP that scoreboard. It's getting replaced. It is.
When's
Yes.
that?
That after this year, I guess.
Was it going to be one of the ones with the like you can read it in
Many new
inside?
scoreboards around here. I know
Yeah.
Pinnacle Bank Arena is getting
Oh, they getting a new one too?
they're getting screens underneath so the people down on the floor can see.
Yeah, that's a game changer. I like those.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I was
'Cause-
thinking of the hoity-toities, but John is also one of those people too, so that's nice for him. And you are as well.
I'm a big hoity-toity.
It was fun when I got to the game, the doubleheader day a couple weeks ago, watching Happer in the wild and seeing how he works behind the scenes. I was like, "Hey, how are you?" And he was like, "I'm busy." And I was like, "All right."
No, I didn't.
I mean, you said hi, and then you like scurried away though.
Well, I had scurrying.
Yeah,
to do.
you had things to
He had-
do.
he had many scurrying
He's a
things to
busy
do.
boy. He's a
He is. They
very
got him running
busy
all over the
boy.
place. You know, are you going to be up in the upper deck again tonight?
No, I don't think I don't have plans to anyway.
Mm.
By the way, they have put towels on every seat in the building.
So are the
It
ones
looks
on
like.
the are the ones in the upstairs, John? Are they navy blue?
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Yes. Everything in the end zones is navy blue, and then in the, I guess you'd call it the sideline seats, it's alternating white and baby blue. So yes, my son last night was asking me about this, and he saw the chart about this stripe out, and he said, "I don't have anything navy." I said, "Well, just wear your dark blue, the blue sweatshirt,
dark blue.
But you'll have the towel to supplement the fact that you have no.
You
navy.
will have the towel."
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
will
All the
have the
different
towel.
blues, because normally when they do the blue out, it's royal blue, and now it's navy and
I
the
blew
light
myself.
blue. I made that same joke yesterday.
A lot of Arrested Development.
Yeah, we love Arrested Development.
How
don't
much
we,
could a
folks?
banana cost? $10.
$10.
I think I've always thought maybe we talked about this before, John, but I think they should get out dust off a navy blue jersey. Like, come on, do something.
Oh,
Yeah, the baseball team, I don't know if they still have them this year because they've changed a lot, but, they had those faux backs.
Yes.
That were navy blue and had Creighton and the Blue Jay
The old
logo.
Blue Jay.
Yeah, well, it was actually the new Blue Jay, but it was
Same as
supposed
the
to
old
look
Blue
like
Jay.
the ones they wore back in the 90s. But, yeah, those were navy blue. But didn't volleyball have some navy blue?
Volleyball
uniforms?
had some this year. Yep.
Yeah. So who knows? Maybe that's another surprise. Maybe that's another John McHugh surprise. I don't know.
Maybe. Who knows?
Seems like John might have some inside info.
No, there's no. And I'm just theorizing.
Off to the
just
message
throwing out-
boards.
Blue Jay Bishop
just
strikes
guessing.
again.
Yeah.
Just guessing.
Why people hate you, John, because you have info and you won't tell it to us.
Yeah.
Classic media.
This
move.
is like Scott Frost all
yeah,
over
John,
again.
do a video.
Yeah. Spill the tea on Greg McDermott, John. Tell us about him. Tell us what he's really like.
But only if
He's
you're
tall.
wearing a Rams baseball jersey.
He's tall.
He
Wow.
is a tall man. Every time I
He's
shake
way
his
taller
hand,
than Frank Caliendo.
Yeah, that threw me off, man. I've not met Frank yet. I didn't think he was 6 feet tall, but
Imagine trying to call a game with Coach Mack is standing right in front of you.
it's
Oh,
the life that John leads every day.
It's-
And Happer got
it-
to lead.
I let it
it's
one
an
time.
adventure.
Yeah.
It's an adventure.
Luckily, I'm used to going like this all the time from sitting
Yeah.
at various tables
Yeah.
over the years. So
Yeah, that day
It was-
that I called it, it was the first time that Flan was in front of me, and I had to get my.
Flan's moving around.
He does.
Yeah, but
He loves
Flan
me, but
moves
he's-
around, and Flan is not as big as Mac.
Mhm.
Correct.
Can confirm. Can
You know.
confirm.
So yeah, Providence was more of a challenge because Providence is one of those places where they've split the scores table. So you got the main scores table, but it's a shorter length, and then they've got the theater seats, and then they've got a smaller table, which is where I was sitting. And you see this now in a lot of pro arenas, so that the benches are pushed further down
That's right.
towards the baseline. And so I had I had a group of 4 fans sitting in the theater seats, so they were in my view, and then Mac was in my view. So I spent a lot of the second half doing this thing, just like I can't see Providence.
It's so bad.
Yeah.
It's hard.
Get out of the way,
I,
Mac. Says
well,
John, not me.
No. It's not so much that, but the idea that they've put more seats on the floor is just, I don't know. I get why they do it. It's more money, but I would think
About the Benjamins, John.
I know.
You know about the Benjamins.
I know.
Joe in Vegas says, why does it look like John is in an interrogation office? Is this because he's in a different city covering that god-awful sport? No, he's in Omaha.
He's in this city covering that awesome sport.
That great sport.
Yes.
The great American sport.
This is the CHI Health Center hockey press box.
Remember hockey?
Or upstairs press box.
Barely.
Hockey. They used to play that at that building.
Did you read the John Walker story from this weekend?
I did. It was very good.
I read it, and I had forgotten that even
Seriously.
though I attended games there, I was like, that's right. That was
kind of the original thing about that arena.
I couldn't believe that they had priority dates.
Yeah.
More than Creighton basketball did.
It's crazy.
That is wild. Absolutely wild.
I saw one game when they were playing here.
UNO?
Yeah.
Da-na-na.
One game.
We had a work party that resulted in us going and watching UNO hockey once.
And yes, UNO.
And yes, UNO. And I probably went to another couple games here.
It goes back. Oh, wow.
Did you know
my first time, John, the first year that you and I were on the air together, that January, we had an office party.
That's right.
Yes. And you were probably gone, right? You were probably
the first couple of years I did, because I remember how the floor would get cold because the ice was still underneath. And it made a huge difference the following year after the Mavs moved into Baxter. It was like, wow, my feet are no longer cold. This is nice.
Somebody made the point later on in John's story of like, could you imagine there is no downtown without that building now. It's crazy to think about how there was just nothing there.
Yeah, what was it? What was it over there?
Like there was train tracks, right?
Yeah, It was empty. It was empty.
So wild.
There was nothing really here. And I mean, it took quite a few years because they had been talking about it for a while, but the price tag, threw off a lot of folks and was like, oh my God, that's a lot of money and we can't fill a building like this. And yeah, it did. It changed everything down here because without it, I can't even imagine what it would be like. And now they're adding to a convention center that doesn't need to be added to.
Oh, it does, John.
Now we
have so many conventions.
We have
so many conventions.
Well, where would they do the Bones convention if they didn't have more convention?
Exactly.
Nick? They need more space for the Bones convention.
They do need more space. There was a lot of bones there.
Exactly.
Did you know Twitter tells you if somebody blocked you now?
Yeah.
Did you get blocked by Dr. Abby something?
I did, and I don't know what I did.
Relation to John and me,
apparently.
They found out. They found out you were with me.
Mm-hmm. Oh no! Did Connor Happer get blocked by Dr. Abby something? Let's see.
Let's find out.
How do I? What's her name?
It's just at Abby something.
At Abby.
Yeah, that's a new thing, Nick. You didn't realize this?
I didn't know that Twitter would tell you because in the past it would
because you
be
can't
like
reply to it. You can't reply.
Unblocked
for now.
Blackjack.
Oh, good for you.
You just got blackjack, baby.
Damn, blocked by association.
Mm-hmm.
Look at that kitty cat. See, I can see all the
you can see the tweets. You just can't respond to the tweets
or message
them. Yes, that's how it is now.
Look at that. That's awesome. As far as I know, I'm only blocked by one person.
No, that can't be true.
Well, as far as I know,
who is it a famous person?
Yeah, Pat McAfee.
Oh yeah, you told that story recently.
I wish I was blocked by Pat McAfee.
So that in the old days, back when you couldn't read the people that blocked these tweets, I realized that I was blocked by
he may have unblocked.
He unblocked you. That's awesome.
Wow, no kidding.
So I found out randomly that I was blocked by Kirk Herbstreit.
All right, never mind. I am unblocked by Pat McAfee. Okay, Kirk Herbstreit.
I never even tweeted at Kirk Herbstreit, but somebody quoted him once, and I was like, "Why can't I read this?"
Is
and I clicked
John
into it.
blocked by Reese Davis? And we have the whole college.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
College game day desk.
Otson says I am blocked by Reggie Miller. Oh wow, Otson, are you blocked by who was the one that you asked for? Reese Davis. That'd be a wild block.
Lee Corso.
Mm-hmm.
Something
I don't know why Herbstreit would have blocked me. I don't even think I've ever tweeted about him. It's very confusing.
Maybe that's why. Maybe he's like, he doesn't even.
That's true. I guess that could
seems
be
like
true.
he gets a little block happy.
Yeah, maybe he does.
Yeah. Maybe that's all it takes is just one person responding that he didn't like, and he caught him on a bad day.
Oh, Good one, YouTube user. Surely someone is blocked by Desmond.
That has to be John. If anyone in this building is blocked by Desmond Howard, it's John.
Let me see.
I am unblocked by Desmond Howard. I could
don't
tweet at
think
Desmond
so.
and say, hello,
I don't think
Desmond.
so. I am not blocked by Desmond Howard.
I'm also not blocked by Desmond Howard.
Also not
Does
blocked by
that
Desmond.
braying old goat on ESPN? What's his Wilbon? Am I blocked by Wilbon? Because I attacked him in a few.
No, you're a fellow Cubs fan. You Cubs fans stick together, John.
Yeah, go
That's true.
Chicago.
Yep.
I don't claim him as part of the Cubmally.
Hey, Chicago, what
Oh,
do you
wow.
say, John? That's you and Michael.
No,
Wilbon.
I'm not
today.
blocked by Wilbon either. I feel like I failed.
Wow.
Feel like I failed.
Why not call it the bear hug, John, instead of trying to work the word family into it?
Mm.
The
I
bear
was
hug.
just having fun. I mean,
Josh, is this true? You talk crap on Herb Street's dog,
No, that's you.
and then he died
That's you.
tragically.
This
May
is
I add?
you. No, this was years ago that I found out that Herb Street blocked me. So here's the only thing that I can think of. Do you guys remember back when College Game Day came to Lincoln in 2007, and there was some UNL college
I was
student
there.
who was trying to orchestrate a bunch of people holding up newspapers to not pay attention to Kirk Herbstreit when he talked? Do you remember this?
Yeah,
No.
I do.
That was me.
what, you did this?
Now, were you part of the people who threw corn at the screen afterwards?
No, but I was a part of the people. Mitch Sherman interviewed. He probably doesn't remember this. I don't know if I've ever told the story on the radio.
Oh my God.
Mitch
No,
Sherman-
you haven't. I've not heard.
I
of
have
it.
the story at my parents' home where it's like Josh Peterson, a freshman at Nebraska Lincoln, blah 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 blah. I'm
Wait a
serious.
minute.
And Mitch interviewed
Kevin
you?
called me once. He was like, "Hey, do you want to come on the radio?" I don't think I ever told Kevin this story either.
Wait, can I find the? So Mitch would have been with the World Herald, right?
It would have been with
So-
the World
yes.
Herald. Yeah.
Why did you do this?
It was because the previous year ESPN had done this best college football teams of all time.
Oh, was that
bracket.
2006?
Maybe it
Holy
was the year
cow.
before. So this is the first
Mhm.
time that they were in Lincoln since then. And so
Okay.
as like a bit, I was like, let's just not listen to Kirk Herbstreit when he's talking. And so
And did you get followers?
there were a lot of people on the Facebook page.
No.
Yeah, and people showed up with newspapers, but not everybody had them, and so it didn't really go off.
It
very
didn't
well.
go over.
It didn't really go over very well. But yeah, that was me.
So Josh,
That's hilarious that you remember that.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find. Are you looking for the story?
Yeah,
I'll find it tonight,
tough Google.
and I will. I just got a text from one of my best friends. How did I not know this story?
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at the crossover, getting the best.
Yeah, so I got a call from Mitch Sherman, and I got a call from Kugler directly from the phone, and he was like, "Hey, do you want to come on Sportsmanlike Conduct to talk about this thing that you're doing?"
No.
And so I had the podcast saved on my computer for years. It might be on one of my old laptops. See if I could find it sometime.
and nobody knew that they were talking to what would eventually be a friend.
Well, I was 19 years old. Yeah, I was a tiny baby boy.
Oh, that's
I was younger than Matt McMaster is right now. I'm so little. Oh man!
Wow.
I'd like to hear
Josh.
this because it was like,
Yeah, that Kirk Herbstreit, he really makes me mad.
Seriously, there's got to be some drops in there. We got to
Oh,
find
yeah.
that.
All right, when I get home tonight, I just need to remember to look this up. I will, because I don't think it's on this laptop, but I bet it would be on my other one because the other one has everything, every like radio segment that I did as an intern, like it has all that crap.
Wow.
So I'll see if I have it. I will go look for it when I get home.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Ian remembers. He says,
No way.
That was during my second junior year.
Mm.
That was so amazing.
No way.
I don't think Ian's serious. Maybe. I can never tell if Ian's being sarcastic or not.
Yeah, that's
I
true.
think it's usually sarcastic, but I don't know.
That'd be awesome if it was. I did just find in my iTunes a title of a song called Segment 8. That could be it.
It could
It
be
could be
Incredible.
Segment 8.
Segment 8. I
Yeah.
bet it's Segment 8.
We love
It's-
Segment 8. Don't
It
we,
sounds
folks?
like Segment 8.
It
'Cause
definitely-
What if you play
late in the
segment 8
show.
and
Yeah.
it's something extremely problematic?
It wouldn't be problematic. It's either that or it's an Ian said he's
That'd be
serious.
like what? Like 4:30?
So there's two things that it could be.
Well, but that's the thing. The show was only 3 hours then.
no, that was the first year, John, that they upped it to 4 in 07. Why do I know
Was
this?
it?
Segment 8 would be like
For
4:30.
some reason, I thought it came later.
No,
Okay.
yeah, it would have been about 4:30ish. That was the time that I would have been on.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So it's
Segment
either okay.
8.
So Nick said it's
Click it. Segment 8.
problematic. It's two things, in my opinion. It's either the interview that I did, or it's the time when we were bringing on who are the women that we brought on the show, John? It was Erin Sorensen. It was
Women.
For-
who was the reporter? We did like that segment where it was like a female.
women?
Yeah, remember it was like once a week. It'd be like it would be.
We did?
It would be Erin.
that?
Yes, you and Michael did. Well, anyway, they'd go to New
God, I
York
don't remember
buying
that.
flowers, and then she was like, "Oh, I'm out of town this weekend, so the flowers will just, like." It's a long story.
What?
Oh, wait a minute. That's
Yeah,
right.
there we go. Yeah, so it might be that. It may be that. Maybe it's that.
Ian
Wow.
claims it's real, but I'm trying to decipher what a first, second, junior year is.
It's like
That
I had 2
means
senior
like
years.
basically his 6th year of college. or
Yeah,
something.
it's like when you're in college for a lot
A lot of
time.
people go
Yeah.
to college for 7 years.
Yeah,
They
That's
did.
right.
He says he was living in the North Bottoms at the time.
yeah, exactly.
Many fine people came from the North Bottoms.
We got to
Mhm.
find out what segment 8
I know. I
is.
can't wait to listen to it during
What do
the
you think the
commercial.
bump music was for segment 8?
Oh man, great question.
Music that they can't play on YouTube, otherwise it'll
That's
disturb
true.
the algo.
It'll destroy the algo.
won't
Kill gun!
Yes, it was Kill Gun Dildo. That's what it was.
John, you're
That
going
should
to
be the name
activate.
of a new card game. Kill Gun Dildo.
John, if you're not
That
careful,
was actually a movie back in the day.
you're going to activate somebody's sleeper agent phrase with those words.
Probably.
You don't know about sleeper agents?
I was trying to figure out what you were
It'll
talking
be a
Where are we
form
about.
of
going?
penthouse pet. That's
I was
what it will
try- I
be.
was
It'll
trying
wake
to-
him up.
Nice. I was just trying to figure out what you were saying there, Nick. My apologies.
Aaron says,
Ah, yes, Stibbs remembers.
Stibbs remembers. Yeah.
It was
Wow.
Allie.
Yep. She just moved back to Lincoln or to
Allie.
Nebraska. She
It
had
was
a different
Josh's
last...
first love.
No, it was not my first love.
No, that was you plus me equals nighttime fun girl.
Exactly. That was in 3rd grade or 4th grade.
Oh,
Thank
of
you.
course.
Oh.
Of course.
Yeah, Aaron would play for the YouTubers. So no, they would bring. Who was the Brandy Peterson? I think was the 3rd one.
That's right.
And so
Brandy.
it was this Thursday,
Yes.
like gimmicky. It was sponsored by something, and so we would bring
It
them on.
was.
So
That's
Michael
right.
and Kevin had talked me into like buying her flowers, and so I bought flowers that sent to her apartment or house in Lincoln.
unbelievable.
And so then Michael, like before she left,
remember radio bits?
he was like, "Hey, you got any plans this weekend?" Because they were going to arrive like I think on Friday, and he was like, "You got any plans?" She's like, "Yeah, I'm actually going out of town. I'm going to a football game in a different state, and we're about to leave." And I'm over there, and that's back when I used to write the whole list of the schedule down on a piece of paper. And I threw up the piece of paper, and Michael's like crying on the air, laughing so hard. And then I got a text
Wow.
that weekend. I was out of town. I went to Arkansas from Erin Sorensen. And she was like, "Did you know somebody sent flowers to her house in your name?" And I was like, "Oh, my God.
Oh no!
How did I ever recover from this?"
That somebody sure
I-
did. That's so weird
Yeah.
that someone would do that.
I was like, "Yeah,
Yeah,
it was me."
it
And she
went-
was like, "What?"
Man, we
It
gotta
went bad.
get
It
some
went badly.
interns and make them do stuff.
Yeah,
again.
let's send flowers to people again. This would be a great Fourth or Valentine's Day. Oh, it's in 3 days. Never mind.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
we
this
could have
was
done
no
a contest.
bit. I mean, it was on the radio, but it was not a bit. I mean,
Wow. Yeah, that
Josh
was.
wanted to do this.
Yeah, that was tough.
why didn't you lie? Why didn't you be like, oh yeah, that's weird.
Josh
Somebody
was
I'm not
did
a
that.
liar.
Josh was down for the bit.
I
He
was.
absolutely.
I can't
would do
believe that they talked me into
You would
it.
do anything for the show.
I really did. I did love that show. I still do, for the record.
Back when it was Kevin and Michael.
Oh,
Yeah, no,
God,
it was-
such
I
was
thought
so
you
much
meant to say,
better.
I really did love that girl.
No, I had never even met her in person, John. I did
But yet
eventually
you
meet
sent
her.
her flowers.
Well,
That's
you know.
bold move.
You
It's
said
a
you
good-
eventually did you tell her, hey, by the way?
Oh, she knows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was me.
I saw her
It
at the
wasn't
College World
just-
Series. She came over and was talking to Michael and I once at the College World Series.
Good job. By
Very
you,
normal.
Josh.
It was very normal.
Yeah.
Normal.
It doesn't have to be
conversations.
weird unless you make it weird. Let's
Yeah.
just send her flowers.
Yeah.
Then you didn't say anything about it.
Oops.
Yeah, that's pretty weird.
Yeah.
And I got a video here from
Uh-oh.
the Equitable Bank inbox from Rob Anderson. There's a link to a John Fanta throwing bowls
Okay.
at Red Panda.
I was like, wait, what is this video
It's
going
training
to be?
video for Connor tonight.
Yeah. Johnny Fanta gets into it. I don't know if I got that kind of juice in me, but I'll have to find it.
Well, you just need. It's not about the energy. It's about making sure that the bowls are thrown properly.
Yeah.
That's all. Just be precise. You know, Greg. You don't need to be Nolan Ryan. You need to be Greg Maddox. Control.
Hit the spots.
Hit the spots. Exactly.
Do you hear that?
Yes,
Yeah,
I
what
do.
is that? Is
What's
that
noise?
Is that John?
No, that's the scoreboard being lifted back into the back into the sky.
Beep, beep, beep. It's a fun beep, beep, beep noise.
Sounds like wind
The
chimes.
scoreboard is elevating to heaven now.
Nice. Yeah, a couple comments coming in. Cindelar writes, sending flowers to someone in someone else's name with the declaration of love is an incredible prank that has horrifying repercussions. To which Sim says, let's send Abby something flowers from John Bishop. Dear Abby.
It's
Oh,
probably better to send ditchweed because that's apparently what she brings
Nice.
to weddings.
Hashtag Odson's wedding.
Also,
Nice.
it turns out that Ian is definitely serious about what he said.
Yeah.
So
That's awesome.
Yeah.
I'm gonna find. I definitely know where the newspaper is. It's in a bin that is in my old bedroom closet, so I know where that is. I still have it from the World
Hiding under
Herald.
all the Playboys.
It is hiding under a lot of Sports Illustrateds. They're old Sports Illustrateds.
Swimsuit issues.
No, like a Kobe Bryant cover, and my dad always took away the swimsuit issue. He's like, "Not for you, son. Not for
I
you.
will be taking this.
Mhm. Not for you, son." Keena says, one time back in high school and we had flip phones, one of my friends stole my phone and texted, "I just wanted to let you know that I love you."
Oh my
To
God.
everyone in my contacts list, including my boss.
Wow.
That's amazing.
Ooh,
What did you get?
Someone would think that that was like a cry for help.
That's true.
That
You
is.
know what I
That does
mean?
sound ominous.
That sounds
Yeah.
a little.
So what's
unalivey.
happening now? Nice.
Do you
Nick.
remember when people would like leave their social medias up on various computers and then people would go into them and they would write
You got
Facebook
hacked.
statuses about their sexuality,
So
Mhm.
things like that?
back when the producer would always like log into TweetDeck in here,
Yes.
sometimes the producer before Stibbs would leave his open. And so then Stibbs would say something like, "I hate the New England Patriots," or "Go Broncos." But then that producer would start doing it. If I got up and left to go to the bathroom, he would come over to my laptop and do it. It's like, that's different. It's okay if it's logged in still on the main computer.
Correct.
But this is my
That's
own personal laptop on this side of the desk.
Yeah, that's-
if
that's
John leaves, I'm not going to get on
taking
his
it a little
computer.
too far.
A little too
Yeah.
far.
Yeah.
Exactly.
He seems like a take it just a little too far kind of guy.
Yeah, he might have been. Still going up.
I
huh, John?
cannot.
Oh yeah, it takes forever to lift that
Yeah, I
thing.
guess so.
You know,
What
it's kind of like when,
I don't
Nick,
like
when Nick
this noise.
ascends to heaven. It's going to take a very long time to get
Oh,
there.
John's
way up.
assuming I'm going to go to heaven.
Yeah,
That's
what's up
nice.
with that?
Well, I
John?
just
Thanks,
said you were
John.
going to ascend. I
No
didn't
way
say
in
you were
hell.
actually going to make it.
Keena adds, by the way, several people thought I had been kidnapped.
I bet.
Yeah.
Oh,
Wow.
if you were going to kidnap somebody, is that what you would text?
I don't know, Nick. What would you text?
Well,
I
it-
don't know. I've
if
never
you were
thought
going
about
to
it.
kidnap
But
somebody.
what if you had to get off a text like safely to not raise any flags that you had been kidnapped?
But also to raise flags.
but also
Yeah.
to raise flags, but
You
secretly.
can't just say I've been kidnapped. Help.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Then
'cause
the
people just
kidnapper
think-
would figure it out.
people
Yeah.
you think you're doing a bit. If Happer texted me, "I've been kidnapped, help," I'd say, okay.
What would you do if I texted you and I said, "I've been kidnapped, help"?
I would think that you're in a meeting.
Yes.
I'd be like, "Oh man, it must be a really bad meeting."
But then what if I was
Or
really
that you had a
kidnapped?
really bad episode with Red Panda and they've detained you in the back.
yeah, if you had actually been kidnapped, I don't know. Maybe we need to have a safe word.
Yeah.
Oh, the Grum safe word.
If you said I like college football more than college basketball, I would know something
just,
is going on.
I love dogs.
Yeah, that would definitely.
Oh, thank
Hey, it's
God.
done.
It's over.
I
Nice.
was starting to go crazy.
We should probably have like a universal one.
Yeah,
So it's not like person specific. That's the way it's easier to remember. I don't,
for all of us.
Yeah, because I don't.
The show
I
was
don't know if
better
I'll
with Kevin
remember
and
all
Michael.
three of the safe words.
If I send a group text to all you guys and I say whatever it is, that's when you know.
Whatever it is.
You know, no, like whatever.
Oh,
we have to come
whatever
up
it
with a
is.
phrase. Yeah.
Oh, whatever it is.
No, whatever it is would not be a good
Yeah, it'd be a little.
safe word.
I'd probably forget about it. Honestly, I'd be
Yeah.
like, "What?
Whatever it is.
This had something to do with something."
Whatever.
I got it.
Whatever
I've got
makes
the.
the
I've
most
got it.
sense.
What is it?
I've
John?
got the code word.
Okay.
Gun, kill, dildo.
That's a good one.
What about Bopaline?
Bopaline.
Bopaline.
Yeah, remember those 3 days, Nick? Remember those 3 days when John wouldn't stop talking about Bopaline?
Yeah, and then he stopped because even he's like, all right, this really isn't funny.
No, but every
Wow.
time I heard
It was funny.
John say
I enjoyed
Bopaline,
it. In
was
fact,
funny.
thanks for reminding me.
I love
Bopaline.
What was fun- funnier.
Well, Bopaline comes back up now because they hired Mike Eckler, and all the pictures look like the Bopaline era.
That's
it
true.
does.
That's
Because he's
true.
constantly in mid-yell with a visor on.
Do
Not
you,
that
did
Bo
you think
wore a lot of
Bopaline
visors.
or Bum Fardo was funny?
Bopaline.
I
Bopaline.
like Bum
I
Fardo.
liked Bum Fardo.
Yeah,
Bum
we
Fardo was
know.
funny because John would just crack up in the middle of a serious segment. He just Bum Fardo. Bum Fardo.
Bopaline.
It was funny. That's his real name.
That's also to this day one of our most viewed dumb debates videos.
The Bum Fardo
the
one?
Bum Fardo one.
The algo. It's taking over.
What a
the
fun
algo. That's because I never said the words kill, gun, dildo.
Holgo the Alco.
This is so much Nick for your YouTube algo if the most famous one is bumfardo.
Well, what's going to happen with the YouTube algo today when there is lies in the description?
Oh, great question.
When Nick has deceived
Very
the audience.
interesting.
He has deceived the audience.
John, have you seen this? Have you heard about this?
Is this the reason? Yeah, is this the backwards title to the show today?
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was given wrong information.
You weren't. You just
From
looked
who?
at it too early.
No, it's still there.
No, it's not.
It's not.
I just went and looked.
But I just what
What's-
I sent to you guys, I sent that to you when I saw it.
What did you send to us?
In the Vegas boys.
In the group chat.
Group chat.
Oh yeah, that story is from that's
It's
Nick,
before
that's
the
from-
rankings.
that's
It's from
when
2
the-
days ago.
I thought you went to the
Yes.
schedule page. That
No.
has the updated
The
ranking.
rankings came out yesterday.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they sent that on Sunday.
Yes.
You know, the rankings always come out on Monday.
Yes.
Yeah. I thought the title should be a matchup featuring a ranked team.
Yeah.
That would have been
But
funny.
also-
I mean, I can change it, just not right this
But
second.
here's the thing, Nick. Also, if you thought that this was accurate, then you would have thought that Creighton was not ranked, which they weren't last week. Then it still would not have been a ranked match.
No, but in the thing that I sent you, it was. They were both ranked.
By who? Wasn't by the AP.
Oh, no, I guess it wasn't. See, but I assumed, because I knew Creighton was, but I saw that and I guess I trusted that
you
they were both.
combined your weeks. Combined your weeks. Only one team ranked in this one.
That's true.
And it's the team that John announces for.
I
which
didn't
is why
question
we
it
hate
because-
John.
Horribly, by the way.
He
Damn it, John.
sucks. I saw people getting mad that John was pointing at the refs the other day. Is that what's
No,
going
I was
on?
pointing at the ground.
People were getting mad about that now too.
I like
Oh,
that
they're always-
video
again,
a lot.
people are mad. They're going to get mad, whatever.
Stib says sounds like Nick was hanging out with the weed lady.
No, she blocked me.
Did you hear the call that we got earlier on my show from Scotty, who said that John's going to the big time? They love that.
John, are you leaving us?
Scotty loved John.
I didn't hear anything.
Sounds like he's
The last
leaving
thing I
us.
heard was Frank Caliendo before I got here to the arena.
I'm gonna miss working with you, John. It's been a fun ride.
Nice job, John. You're going to the big time with
Nice.
Mr. Kugler.
Nice.
gonna-
And then
I'm
people
gonna-
will say the show was way better when it was John and Josh.
Oh, is anyone going to say
Oh, that's your dream. You're
Hmm.
trying to get John out of here so you could be in the good old days right now.
Oh man, these are the good old
Well, yeah,
days.
but can he be the good old days if he's still here?
That's
Mm.
true.
We have to.
Then
be-
it's suddenly
we
we're
can't
in the
miss us
Michael
until-
John
We have to
era.
unalive you.
It's the Michael John era where nobody ever talks about the Michael John era of Unsportsmanlike conduct.
Nobody does.
Nobody
No, they
does.
don't. They really don't.
Nobody ever was like, man, I really missed that show. I've never heard anyone say they missed that era. Of the
How
show.
long
No.
was that?
Like a year and a half.
Yeah.
Too short.
Didn't last
Was it a
very
year
long.
and a half?
Mhm.
Felt like
Yep.
it was like 2 weeks based off of what I've heard from it.
Wow. No, that was you're thinking of Matt Schick and
Oh,
Michael Severe.
You're right, I am.
That was we had one meeting.
He had to go
planning the
visit his
show.
aunt.
He had to
And we
visit
call
his
that
aunt.
the Aunt Betty era.
Yeah, it's a very sad era. Very sad era. Stibbs, the good old days ended when I left.
Stibbs would say that.
Yeah. I don't miss you, Stibbs.
Yes, Stibbs.
Can you imagine if Stibbs were still producing?
After yesterday.
We would still
The
be in the
Open?
middle of his open today.
We wouldn't have had a show yesterday. It would have
No.
been a 4-hour open.
It would have just been.
He take the day off, guys.
And everybody would have been fine with it.
Can you
Well,
How would that
everyone was
work?
a
Could he
Chiefs
make an
fans.
open that was just highlights of games of the game for? Could he just replay the Super Bowl as a radio show? The
I
whole
mean,
Super Bowl.
You could. It probably wouldn't go over very well, but like you could do it.
Mm.
He could have made a 30-minute open.
He definitely could have.
Yeah.
Definitely. Could
I don't
have.
remember this. Josh literally said the exact thing through tears in my final segment.
You
It's
said,
the-
Stibbs, I hate you.
No,
No, the good old days.
it's because that's the quote from The Office,
Oh yeah.
where
Oh,
what's
yeah.
his name says it.
Andy Bernard.
Yeah, I think that's a great
Oh.
quote.
And then you got stuck with me.
Yep. No, but then we got Nick. We were blessed with Nick
Mm.
That's right.
and not knowing the correct rank.
But you did proclaim that it was the good old days.
We had a great time.
This is not the good old days.
We're having a great time still.
Okay.
There are many great times to be had.
It's just different. Great.
It's just
times.
different great times.
different kind of. Good
And now
old days.
you're here.
I'm here.
Yeah, I don't get to do the crossover with Gary anymore. I get to do it with you.
That's right. I'm
Other
here.
great times.
More great times.
Yeah, we're having great times, aren't we, folks?
Great times, good oldies.
Wow, Chris writes, I started listening in the Michael and John era and miss it. Called in a couple times to the old Hardee's hotline.
The
it's
Hardee's
back.
hotline.
Bring back
Man,
John
I wanna
and
go to
Michael.
Hardee's.
I was always mad. That was the one regular remote that we had all the time that I never got to do was the Hardee's remote.
Yeah, that's true.
You always
We always
miss
got it on the morning show. We never got one. We never got a chance to eat Hardee's in the middle of the afternoon.
Yep.
Wow.
Yeah, very sad.
I haven't been to Hardee's. It's always sitting right there on the interstate.
It is.
I want to go. I haven't been in a long time.
You know, it's funny because once in a great while, like on a night like tonight, I might stop at the McDonald's across the street.
What are you just whistling in there?
Yes.
John, what's
Yes.
going on?
Yeah, they're playing some music, some whistling
It
music.
just sounds so perfectly in the background.
It's Western. It's Western night. You know,
What
we're
in
just
the
randomly
world?
whistling amongst the tumbleweeds.
Mm.
I can't remember what I was going to say. What are they playing? Oh, they stopped it.
They can hear you.
Incredible.
Friend of the Grum, Jason, probably going to have a good time today. 'Cause
Peter?
He's kind of in charge
Mm.
here
Oh,
at
yeah.
Mecca. Because
Jason.
Gino's away.
I like Jason.
Where is
Peter?
what? Gino's gone?
Gino's on vacation.
Oh, Gino, you can't take vacation.
They're not allowed.
No.
Well, he's taking it before the state wrestling tournament, which is quite the
Oh,
event here.
Lord.
So. Going to be busy.
Not
Ian
for
says
me.
they whistle when they move the scoreboard sideways.
That'll be great. Right in the middle of the game, I'll just be hearing this whistling going, oh my God, the scoreboard's moving to the far end.
And they play Western music.
Oh man. Wow.
Well,
there was a comment a little bit ago
what did it say?
from where is it? Dave. 10 minutes behind, but this is shaping up as a happy new
You
year.
think so?
Or,
what
as we like to call it, gun kill dildo.
That is what we like to call it. Happy New Year?
Why not?
Why not?
Wow. Happy New Year, Nick. Now in December, we'll all remember
These are
when
the
you
good old days.
labeled the show wrong. But we're in the good old days.
But we are in the good old days.
Patrick Stibbs called it the OK current days.
the okay current days.
The
We got
okay
Nick to leave
current
FM
days.
radio behind. I would say that that's a sign
That's
of
true.
the good old
Nick's
days.
no longer of FM radio.
Yeah, he hates FM radio.
I think I've now worked in AM longer than I ever worked in FM.
It's a lot more fun.
Hey, yo. Let's go.
It's a lot more fun.
Way to go, Nick.
All right.
You did it.
You did it. Bye, Happy.
All right. Well, there's your crossover. Brought to you by Ever Level Concrete Repair in Omaha. Connor's now going to go retreat to the break room where he's going to practice throwing plates.
Oh, good
Bowls.
luck,
I
man.
think it's
Bowls, not plates.
Good luck.
Doesn't she do a trick with plates? Or is
Well,
it
there
just
might
the
be a
bowls?
plate involved. I'm not sure. I'll have to rewatch that Fanta video.
It's funny.
that Rob
I have
sent me.
seen the Red Panda hundreds. Well, it's been performing hundreds of times but I'm so busy during halftime, I rarely get to watch it.
Oh, she's so good.
Yeah.
She is good.
Cool.
She is good.
Awesome.
All right.
Josh, do you hate Red Panda?
Man, not in on Red Panda.
Oh, boy.
What?
Yeah, sorry.
That's problematic.
Oh,
No,
that's
it
right.
is
Josh.
not.
Josh is of the generation that is all in on the shim shams.
No, I'm not in on.
You love the shit.
I don't need to be entertained. I like the dogs. I like dog stuff.
I was kind of hoping, Connor,
Bro
when
dog, Happer.
you and Frank were talking today, that somehow the shim shams would have come up as a halftime show, because I think Frank would have got a laugh out of the fact that there used to be a very popular halftime act in these parts.
Oh,
where
yeah.
they had a bunch of 60 and 70 something year old women cloggers.
And then they get ripped in the World Herald.
Wow.
Lee Barfnecht and the Shim Shams
Oh.
not shaking
No,
hands
no,
emoji.
no,
They
no,
were
no.
not.
Not handshake me.
No. Not
Okay, John.
handshake
See you in a little while. I'm actually
All
gonna go
right.
home, I think, and then I'll return to downtown.
Are you okay?
It's an 8:00 game.
It is
It's a later
late.
game.
It's a late night.
Yeah.
Late night. And
John's
then it's
going to get
snow
home at like
tomorrow.
4.
Yeah, and then he's working from home tomorrow, Nick,
Mhm.
because it's snowing.
Mm.
I think I might have to work from home tomorrow too.
Mm.
Yeah.
Cool.
We are in a winter storm watch.
It's a winter storm watch, Happer. You love coming in.
I do.
I have a microphone at
I
home.
love camaraderie.
You do like camaraderie.
I appreciate when Happer's in here during the snowstorms.
Do you?
Yeah, because then I'm in here and then Happer's in here
Oh, that's great.
before I'm alone and cold for the next 3 hours.
4
Lone
hours.
and cold.
All
Band,
right.
band name, album name.
All right. Grum's next, 1620 the zone.
KOZN. Unsportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO. Don't miss a moment, they'll give you your fix. They're on every day from 2 until 6. Spend your afternoons with John, Josh, and Nick. John, Josh, and Nick. They'll show you what sports talk really is.
Isn't this kind of like having Buddy Holly sing your theme? I mean, we got a dead guy who sings our theme.
Hard to argue with that. I can't
Yeah.
wait for the Tupac version.
I like Buddy Holly a little more.
Wow.
Sportsmanlike conduct on 1620 The Zone. Husker Athletics, Creighton, and yes, UNO.
Nick's saying he likes the white guy better.
Tough look, Nick. You what?
Stibbs is white.
But I'm white.
No, it was the Buddy Holly Tupac comparison.
Oh, no, I think I like Buddy Holly better than Stibbs.
Oh,
A little better
tough
than
look
Stibbs.
for Stibbs.
Yeah, Stibbs, you'll never be Buddy Holly.
Wow. I mean, it's kind of hard to argue with that.
But I guess it's
Stibbs
also
is never gonna die.
that's what I'm saying.
Nice.
Music's not gonna die.
He's gonna live forever by the ocean in the sea. Right, John?
Is that the words?
I don't know. I don't know the actual words.
By
to the
the
song.
in the ocean by the sea.
I don't know what the words are.
It wouldn't surprise me, being it's a stupid Big Ten commercial.
Hey, it's a great commercial.
John, you should love the Big Ten. They never score. That should be your favorite conference ever.
Yeah,
What are you talking about? They score all the time.
Mm.
You know, this isn't. It's no longer 3 yards in a cloud of dust. That was back when I was a child.
That's true. Those
A
were the old
Ute.
days.
Back when I was a Ute.
Those days are over.
Now it's dark in here. They've turned all the lights off.
The night is dark.
The
Full of
night is
terrors.
dark and full of terrors.
At least
Mhm.
you don't hear that weird beeping anymore. I hated that.
For now.
That was at a frequency that was kind of starting to drive me a little crazy.
Yeah, I could tell that you were not a fan, Nick.
I hated that.
What do you
could
mean
tell
it
that
was
you-
out of frequency? It had a frequency.
No, I said it was at a frequency.
Oh, at a frequency. I'm sorry. Yeah.
You know, there's some.
So your dog hearing was acting.
You guys have that? Are there some like frequencies or octaves that you hear and you kind of like, I hate this so much?
I don't know. Good question, Nick.
Yeah, it's usually called the Super Bowl halftime show.
Hey,
Oh, an old white guy complaining about the halftime show.
Hey,
No, I have
Oh.
not. It was a joke.
Hey,
Again, I wasn't really. I wasn't really paying attention. It was on in the background. I've come to grips. Heck,
that you're old.
honestly,
Yeah.
outside of Prince, obviously,
Nice.
I don't think I have ever been like excited about a Super Bowl halftime show because it's always been acts that I was never interested in, even when it was of my musical generation. Because they didn't do as many of the big ones. I mean, Michael Jackson famously did one. I wasn't really a Michael Jackson fan. I'm trying to remember who else might have been in there.
Hey, that take is aged well, at least, John.
Not being a Michael Jackson fan?
Have you seen this? Have you heard about this, Nick?
A few things.
Yeah.
He's had some issues.
He has very much had a few issues in his day.
He's had some issues.
Yeah.
To say the least.
Yeah.
Well, we are I am here at CHI Health Center for tonight's game between a ranked team and another team that's almost ranked.
That's true.
That was ranked.
They were indeed ranked at one point in time.
So I guess technically we can call it a ranked matchup.
There you go.
Between Creighton and UConn, pregame at 6, tip-off at 8-ish, because I'm sure they'll push it back because, whatever random game is on in front of us, they'll decide, we got to push this back to 8:15 or whatever. So plenty of time for you to get here tonight and enjoy the free towels. Everybody in this building is going to get a towel because there's towels on every seat in the house.
So are the towels also the correct colors?
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
The towels are the color of the section. So the navy blue is in the end zones. And then the alternating white and baby blue towels are in the sideline section. So yes,
Awesome.
every section will be of correct towel. Now, whether or not people are dressed in those colors is another deal. Because again, I don't know how many Creighton fans have navy blue Creighton gear. I don't think I do. No, I don't think I do.
I don't think I've ever seen you in any navy blue Creighton stuff. I've seen you in the regular royal blue and certainly the light blue.
I do have one, a sweatsuit. I do have that is navy blue, but that's it.
Yeah.
So,
yeah.
Either way. So we'll have it all for you right here on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg as we get to the Grum Down presented by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. The Jays rematching with UConn. Is Ryan Kalkbrenner at the Doug level? I want to address that question.
Wow. I have an answer to that question.
Get the hashtag 625K tweets ready.
Oh, no, not again.
Well, at least it's not 425.
That's true.
Michael Brunt's next hour from Husker247.com
Oh,
will
good
be
get,
here.
Nick.
Thank you.
Steve Sipple of HuskerOnline.com will be here.
Oh, they're snowblowers.
Yeah.
Oh, I forgot. Yes, the bullet points today are all snowblowers. I tried to find a nice snowflake, but for some reason they weren't showing up very well.
Why don't you just post a picture of Nick?
See,
well, we did that last week, remember?
I was going to make the same joke, but I was going to be like, John, I'm looking at one.
Oh, man, look at all these snowflake jokes.
The super hot take market is open.
What is this? I thought that we were done with the hot take market.
I thought
Remember?
they had a liquidation
Yeah,
sale?
it ran out of steam at the end of the year.
Was this like the Spirit Halloween hot take market?
Oh, no.
That was the football hot take market, which is now closed.
Thank God.
For the spring and the summer.
Yeah.
But in its place has arisen a super hot take market.
Hello.
So back in the day, you only had Target and Walmart. And they sold like the goods and, the toys and whatnot. And then your supermarket was separate. That was your Safeways and your Hinky Dinkies and your Bakers and your Hy-Vees.
Your Hinky Dinkies.
Mm-hmm. Well, then 20-ish years ago, Target said, well, we can sell groceries. Let's call it Super Target.
You know what they called it, Nick? San Diego Super Target.
So the super
John
hot
got
take
the joke.
market.
And most of our listeners.
I did. I love it.
Thank you. No, that's that was a song about the Chargers.
Yes, but they can't use it anymore because they're no longer the San Diego Superchargers because they abandoned San Diego.
A lot of syllables.
But the super hot take market, it's hot takes. It could
be anything.
It could be anything. It could be football, but it also could be basketball.
I'm tackling the Second Amendment today with one of mine.
Oh, good.
Just kidding. Mine actually, John, is in relation
to kill guns and dildo. Okay,
exactly. Mine's in relation to the second snowblower bullet point that is on the graphic today. One of mine is in relation to that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good, because I don't know what that means.
And then I have we'll tell you later, Nick. And then I have a basketball one. Me, college basketball, what a country.
Wild.
I have baseball and basketball. And speaking of baseball. With this being the opening week of college baseball.
Cool.
Nick.
Cool.
Will introduce the segment that he has leased from Josh.
Yep.
Wooden bats and rubber hats.
Yep.
And he's
repainting it.
It's got a new fresh coat of paint.
Do you have a graphic for it?
Nope.
Put some nice paneling up.
Sad.
I know.
Shag carpet.
I'll see if I can come up with some for you.
We can just use the baseball pervert graphic.
I have an idea. that I'm going to try.
Awesome.
Yeah.
This segment is called A Slice of College Baseball.
Hell yeah, it is.
We got some NFL scraps. A little bit more on the Chiefs. The carousel is now officially closed. The coaching carousel is officially closed.
Unless someone retires.
I think they would have done that by now.
Looks like old Billy B staying in North Carolina.
Outside of, Andy Reid is the likely candidate, but he's already said he's coming back. Who's the next?
Who's the next what?
Who would retire?
In the NFL?
Coach that would retire. Is it John Harbaugh? He's like the longest second longest tenured.
That's a good question, John.
In terms of longevity.
Yeah, in terms of like truly retire.
Yeah, retire.
I mean, with Tomlin, he's been coaching just for so long. But
he's still a young.
This isn't to trigger you, but speaking of youngs, your millennial coach, Sean McVay, has kicked the tires on leaving coaching to make millions and millions of dollars on television before. Maybe he's the guy.
Yeah, but why would you do that when you're on the cusp of winning another Super Bowl?
Interesting.
How wrong was Nick's Super Bowl TV audience prediction?
Oh,
I bet it
what a
wasn't that wrong.
topic.
I bet it was very right.
All right,
So
well,
right.
we'll find out.
And hey, did you know it's going to snow?
Did you
They're
know it's gonna
serious this time. They are serious.
John,
This
I
is
got
like,
I got a
it's going to
text.
happen.
I got a text from our fearless leader, Chris Prudon, where he said Omaha got upgraded to winter storm warning, not watch, as you guys just mentioned. So, in the words of that one guy on Twister, it's already here.
Well, it's a good thing we've got like 10 snowblowers here.
We do have a lot of them at the zone. We do have a lot of them.
But will they work?
Excellent question.
Will they work?
Excellent
That's
question.
The key.
Yep.
So there's your Grum Down presented by the Rooferees at John Higgins Weather Guard. 402-951-1620 on the Hardee's hotline.
Nice.
Wow.
Bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back.
Yep. Biscuits for all my men and women.
Nice.
Let's see. Oh, J-Tech Construction Zone Twitter feed at USC 1620.
Awesome.
Where you can hate freely anyone here on the Grum. Because that's where the hate lives.
That's true.
Hate lives on Twitter. Or you can send us an email.
That should be their new slogan. Hate lives on Twitter.
Nice.
Yeah.
And the Equitable Bank inbox. John at 1620thezone.com. Josh at 1620thezone.com. Nick at 1620thezone.com. If you have topics you would like Nick to address.
That girl is topics.
Slice of college baseball.
Thank you, Nick.
I got you.
Something tells me Nick will take this more seriously than you did last year, Josh.
First of all, what does that even mean?
Just a hunch.
Are you saying I didn't take it seriously?
I'm saying that there's a chance that you may have, prepped it in 5 minutes within time and air.
No, that's not true. I prepped it every morning. I did prep it every morning. I will not lie. It just might not have been what you were hoping for with the segment, John. That's all.
Well, basically the segment was, here's the teams I don't think will win the College World Series.
Hard to argue with that.
Keep listening, John. Maybe Josh and I aren't too different.
Oh, no,
let's go, Nick.
Just because you're leasing the place from him doesn't mean you have to live like him.
Nice.
Well, he didn't put a sink in the bedroom like I asked him to.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Yeah, that happens.
Mm-hmm.
All of that happens. So are we all ready for the snow? If it happens, well, and they're saying it's going to happen, so it's going to happen.
Yeah, I actually just reached out to somebody who I was scheduling to do an interview with at this building tomorrow night at 6, and I said, we might have to postpone. So that is my preparation for the snow arriving.
Nice.
Because I might not be at the building tomorrow, Nick.
I don't know if I'll get to leave the building tomorrow.
Oh, there we go.
So,
We're both planning.
There we go.
We're both planning.
Maybe I'll bring a go bag.
There you go.
Where would you sleep?
There's
on the floor?
So many couches downstairs.
Yeah, but then we have to guess which one you slept in the next time we have one of our staff meetings, because who's going to want to sit in your
stinky
bed?
Just sniff it. Just sniff the couch, John. Don't be weird.
Ew,
Yeah, he does have
gross.
quite the scent to him, John.
You'll know me by my musk.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the good news is you'll be used to it because there's no shower in the building. Unless there's a shower in that hidden room.
Yeah, there might be a shower in the dungeon.
Ooh.
There's a lot
know
of
if-
things in that dungeon.
Don't know if I'd want to shower from that dungeon.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's just a random spout hanging from a ceiling somewhere.
Oh, that's exciting.
Could be. But that's what we got coming up on the Grum today. We're always very happy to have you with us. We'll take a look ahead to tonight's matchup, and I have a whole lot more.
Let's do it.
Brunt's coming up next hour. So glad to have you with us on this winter storm warning Tuesday on 1620 The Zone.
Your new year starts here as a member at Croc Center Omaha. Healthy habits are made easy at the Croc thanks to a full range of activities. Free weights, fitness classes, an indoor water park, pickleball courts, and more. And right now is the perfect time to join. Sign up before the end of February and celebrate the Croc Center's 15th anniversary with membership discounts. The Croc Center's just moments away from the Kennedy Freeway and Q Street. Go to omahacroc.org for more information. That's omahakroc.org.
These days, it feels like everyone is talking about how the American dream of homeownership has become out of reach for so many of us. Well, Rocket is trying to give us more of a chance to own our homes. They're making homeownership simpler and more accessible to more people, turning renters into owners. Rocket believes that every one of us deserves a shot at the American dream. So, are you ready? Own the dream. Visit rocket.com.
Basketball tonight, number 24 Creighton taking on UConn right here at CHI Health Center. All the coverage here on 1620 The Zone and 1019 The Keg. 6 o'clock pregame, 8 o'clock-ish tip-off. Blue Jays an amazing 8-2 against UConn. This is the opponent who has the best win percentage of any program in history who has played at least 5 games all time against UConn. It is Some people think it's inexplainable. But,
Unranked UConn.
Well, today
unranked UConn.
Today
Thank you, Nick. That's a great point.
Today it is unranked.
You'd have to be an idiot to think that they were ranked.
You definitely would be.
Before we get into more of the game, let's do a little resume checking because there have been some updates. This page
Eckel?
hasn't been updated. No,
Heckle the Eckel. Oh, it's back already.
Is there basketball, Eckel?
No. No.
Basketball?
There's no Eckel in basketball.
There is not.
There's no crying in baseball.
Maybe one day if you get Bart on the Grum, we can ask him what the equivalent of Eckel is.
Make it happen, Nick.
Hey, Bart, are you down?
But net rankings: Creighton 32, Nebraska 49, Omaha 201. But again, with Omaha, it's going to be win the tournament, get into the NCAAs. But they have improved. I mean, they've gone up. Omaha, I believe, and I don't have Bart's ranking here. But they are in the 150s now on Bart, and they were in the mid 200s about 6 weeks ago. So Omaha has made a huge jump up the ladder of the Bart Torvik index. Not as much with Ken Palm, but a little respect for the Mavs here. The area where it's changed, a few more bracketologists updated their estimates.
Mm-hmm.
From yesterday, so we're up to 88 brackets right now, and this is the first column is the average seed. Creighton is sitting at a 7, Nebraska at 10, Omaha at 16. Creighton, one bracket has them as high as a 5. One bracket has Nebraska as high as an 8.
Oh wow!
And one bracket has Omaha 15. So in other words, not a play-in game, which a lot of people have assumed if Omaha were to win the Summit League, that they would be a play-in game. One bracket believes that Omaha will have enough metrics to avoid the play-in game. Worst, Nebraska is on 87 of 88, so only one bracket has them out. One bracket has Creighton 10th currently. And the Bart projection, Creighton is projected at 23-8, Nebraska at 20-11, Omaha at 19-12. So, promising stuff, but I also wanted, this is kind of taking the place of who you're rooting for, but it works the same.
I miss it, John. Bring it back. Bring back who you're rooting for. You did such a great job. I like it. I like it with you because you add a little flavor to it.
Well, I mean, this is the information I would be working off of. Let's put it that way. Nebraska, according to Torvik, and this is what he calls his T ranketology. This is his bracket, if you will. Nebraska is the first team of the last 4 byes. So these are the teams that will avoid the play-in game as 11 seeds. Nebraska is at the top of that list, so they're on the good side of that right now. 86% chance of making the tournament. I'm sorry, 82% chance of making the tournament as I look. But some of the teams that they're in competition with. So if you're looking at this from a who you're rooting for perspective.
Who you're rooting against.
It's who you're rooting against. Utah State, Vanderbilt, Oklahoma, Georgia, BYU, Arkansas, San Diego State, SMU, Boise, North Carolina. Look at that. North Carolina. First among the teams that Bart doesn't have in the tournament.
Stay tuned to the hot take market later, John.
Yeah. So those are the list of teams you keep an eye on as ones that could jump up and bite you.
Okay.
And of course, with Nebraska at this point, it's just keep winning.
I was going to say, man, it's about taking care of business. You know, they did not take care of business for 6 games, and essentially they are right back to where they were before that 6-game losing streak because of this 4-game winning streak. We learned, was it yesterday, Berkay, it sounds like he will be out for a decent amount of time. I guess is the way that I would describe it. And so that's going to be tough, and that the injury happens in the last minute of their win on Sunday. Absolutely brutal. And so they will be without him in 2 days versus Maryland. But yeah, just got to keep finding ways to win these games, especially against some of the opponents that they have on deck.
By the way, this is the weekend where the selection committee is going to put out its top 16 teams.
Yeah.
This is the early sneak peek of the bracket. They do it one time, and it's usually a month out before Selection Sunday, and that's coming up this Saturday, and it will be as of all the games played through this Friday. Now, last year, Creighton made it into this conversation because top 16, you're talking about top 4 seeds in each regional.
Yeah.
Creighton, will not be showing up in this, I would presume, just based on what Bracket Matrix has estimated. Nebraska, of course, won't be showing up, but it'll be interesting to see because it can kind of be a gauge. And I know sometimes I can't speak for bracketologists because I'm not one, but I would presume that when you watch something like this and then compare it to what the bracketologists have, it kind of gives you an idea of how close they are on, who the top teams are right now in college basketball. So it's an interesting, even if your team's name is not mentioned, it is kind of an interesting way to see how folks are gauged. I think it will also be fascinating this Saturday. And by the way, that'll be done on CBS at 11:30 in the morning, our time, just prior to whatever early game or they have on CBS this Saturday. But I think it is interesting because it'll give you an idea of what the committee sees in terms of conference strength.
Yeah.
Because the SEC is estimated to get maybe upwards of 12 teams in this year's tournament, maybe more. Big Ten could get as many as 10 teams in the tournament this year, and then it drops off dramatically after that. But how many of those teams show up in this top 16 reveal, in what order they show up in, might give you an idea of how certain leagues are perceived. And what I'll be curious to see, will any Big East teams make the top 16? I mean, right now, we just said, Creighton's not going to show up here if Bracket Matrix is close. St. John's right now, I haven't even looked at the Johnnies on Bracket Matrix, but right now, St. John's they're sitting at a 5. So, I mean, if we just took Bracket Matrix literally 1 through 4 or 1 through 16, St. John's would just be on the outside. Marquette, though, is inside the Bracket Matrix top 16. So will one, both, or neither of those teams make it? I think that'll give you an idea of maybe how the committee sees the Big East at this point. So there's some hints you can get from it, even if you don't see Creighton's name or Nebraska's name in this reveal. And from a Nebraska perspective, the more Big Ten teams you see in there, especially ones like in Illinois that Nebraska has beaten, that would bode well for you, you would think. So I think it'll be fun. 11:30 this Saturday on CBS.
Speaking of fun, John, your coach, Greg McDermott, just tweeted out, "Pizza's on me, Creighton students. My staff will be outside the CHI box office around 5:30. How about that? Hooking the youngs up with some fresh za.
I love me some za.
Uh-huh. A slice of pizza, not of college baseball here, Nick.
I'm kind of hoping they hand it off inside, because if they stand outside long enough, that pizza is going to be an ice cube.
It's going to be very frozen, very fast. And you don't like cold pizza, John, famously.
I do not like cold pizza.
You are not a fan.
Wow.
You're not a fan.
I wonder what kind of pizza he'll get.
Well, I have a guess.
I mean, Mac is down on the floor right now. I could yell down and ask
what
him,
kind of pizza is it, Coach?
But I'm not going to do that because
Godfather's is my
What's
guess.
your za, brah?
Then he'll give me a hard time for being too loud up here, which he has done on occasion.
Is that why you're whispering right now? I was wondering why
I'm
your
not
tone.
whispering.
You're a little
I'm not
quiet.
whispering.
You're a little quiet.
I have definitely.
Yeah, I noticed.
Yeah.
I was wondering why. I was wondering what happened in the last 5 minutes. Is because
Can you understand me?
Barely.
Sprechen Sie Deutsch?
Yeah, I barely understand you, John. You're speaking so quietly. You're not excited. It's a ranked versus almost ranked matchup tonight. It's a huge game.
Ranked versus asterisks.
Exactly.
Asterisk. I can't say that word.
Asterisk.
It's like rural.
Rural? The rural juror?
There's just some words I can't do.
It's a big game, John. It's a huge game.
Yeah, you don't have the big game
The
feelings
Blue
in your
Jays
tum?
could go 2-0 versus UConn
They could.
again.
They could.
And you're talking like it's a matchup with UTRGV again. This is unreal. Absolutely unreal.
I mean, that was a close game.
It was, because UTRGV is like the best, crappy team in the country.
Well, they were at that time. That's for sure.
That's definitely true.
I saw a tweet thread today by Ryan Cassidy, who's covers the Big East. He does a podcast and works for the Road to the Garden group, and he's pretty good at tweeting out screen captures and videos. And he had a long thread today on Ryan Kalkbrenner's defense. And last Saturday, and this was one of those things where, when you're a radio announcer, and Josh, you can relate to this, you're following the ball.
Yes.
Because as you're describing the action, I mean, the ball is where the action is. You score the ball, as they like to say. And so a lot of times, unless, you're really talented, unfortunately I'm not, where you can kind of watch two things at once while being able to focus on the primary thing. I don't see live in action a lot of the times where Ryan Kalkbrenner is working in the post on defense, how, people are funneling the action towards him, the movement he has, away from the ball. But last Saturday, and it didn't happen a lot, but it did happen on, I would say probably 10-ish occasions, maybe even more than that. And this is the thread that Ryan had. And I retweeted it earlier today. If you want to check it out, you can just follow my timeline, unless your name is Dr. Abby something, and then you don't like me.
No.
But Ryan Kalkbrenner on about 10 occasions ish was one-on-one against Cam Jones, the number one scorer that Marquette has. Great guard, scored 27 points on Saturday, almost single-handedly brought Marquette back and won the game. And to watch Kalkbrenner as a 7-foot center guarding a 6'5", athletic, rangy, can get to the rim, can step back and shoot type guard was really fascinating to watch. And because, of course, he had the ball in his hand, I had the opportunity a lot. And as I was watching this video thread from Ryan, I was flashing back and going, I remember these plays, because for one of the rare times Kalkbrenner was chasing guys. He was guarding them like a guard. He wasn't just, hanging out, 5 to 10 feet away from the basket, just waiting for the action to come to him. He was heading out to the action. And to watch him in these scenarios was tremendous, because sure, you've got a long wingspan. One stride that you take is maybe a stride and a half for the average male, because it's just longer legs. You can cover a lot more ground. But how hard it is for a big who is 7 foot tall to, and I'm not saying he was down low in a crouch, he wasn't, down like a lot of other guards are, but for him to be able to move like he did and defend against Cam Jones when that time came was truly impressive. And according to Ryan Cassidy, Big East blogger and podcast host, 0 points when Cam Jones was matched one-on-one with Ryan Kalkbrenner. 0 points. So he had 27, but that came against everybody else.
That's pretty crazy.
That did not come against Kalkbrenner. I really encourage you to look at that thread. But as I was watching that and flashing back to Saturday, and there's no question in my mind, the number 11 is going to hang in the rafters here in this building. We're talking about the second leading scorer of all time, second leading shot blocker, top 4 rebounder. No question, Ryan Kalkbrenner is going to be a retired jersey number 11 here at Creighton. But it got me thinking, has Ryan Kalkbrenner attained the Doug level? And when I say the Doug level, I'm not saying he's obviously not the prolific scorer that Doug was. He's not the shot maker that Doug was. But the impact that he has on the team. Now, certainly Doug, 3-time All-American, college player of the year. Certainly without him, you wonder if Creighton's cachet is enough to get the invite to the Big East Conference back in 2013. But when you look at the impact that he has had on the floor for that period of time, and how basically the Creighton universe gravitates around him, I think you can make the argument that Ryan Kalkbrenner is in that Doug level, just from a different standpoint. Because if you look at the Creighton teams of the early 2010s when Doug was here, it was a team predicated on scoring.
It was offense first.
Win games 80 to 75, 80 to 70. And while the Jays haven't really taken too far of a step back away from the offensive mindset that they have, because they're still run and gun, they're still shoot a lot of threes, try to speed the game up, get in transition. But the mindset change to be more defensive reliant all starts with number 11, because he's literally the centerpiece of that defense. And so I think from those standpoint, when it comes to the gravitational pull that those individuals had for those particular eras of Creighton basketball, I think that Ryan Kalkbrenner is at a Doug level. He's not going to be a 3-time All-American, but he could be a 4-time Big East Defensive Player of the Year, which is unheard of. He's not going to win scoring titles. And certainly Doug, because, let's face it, basketball, in any sport, scoring is sexy, right? The guys who drive in the most runs usually have the biggest headlines. The guys who get the most touchdowns or throw the most touchdown passes, they get the headlines. The guys who score the most buckets usually get the headlines. But in terms of what they do to impact the team and the game, I think Ryan Kalkbrenner is at the Doug level and puts him in that elite group.
Yeah, it's an interesting question because, at first blush, when you posted earlier, my answer is no. For all the reasons that you just mentioned there about him not being an offensive force like Doug was. But, Doug was also not a defensive force like Kalkbrenner is. So if you want to say that those are a wash, and I don't know that they totally are, then you certainly start looking around at the other things that they've been able to do. They've had a lot more success in this era than they did in that era. Now, the roster I think that Kalkbrenner has around him is also, pound for pound, year to year, it's going to be better than the one that Doug had, just because they're able to recruit a better roster today than they were back then. And I think the program has changed where they can still win games 80-78. But, we talked about it a couple of weeks ago. And they're in this really interesting stretch right now where they're winning games like that, but they're also winning games, 60-62 or 62-60. And that's not something that they could really do a whole lot, a little more than a decade ago. It's a hard question to answer because they're just so different. And the program is in such a different spot. But one guy was National Player of the Year. And so I feel like I'm just going to say that is its own tier. Kalkbrenner's obviously had an amazing run, though, as well.
Ryan Kalkbrenner is the winningest player at Creighton.
Mm-hmm.
And you can argue, well, yeah, he's played an extra year that Doug didn't have. True. So we'll slide that off.
Yeah, he definitely has.
We'll slide that off to the side for a moment. But in the NCAA tournament, which is where everything around college basketball revolves, Ryan Kalkbrenner is the winningest player in Creighton history in the NCAA tournament. And he has had some of his greatest moments in the NCAA tournament. His game last year against N'Faly Dante of Oregon, 2 years ago when he set what was then a career high against NC State in the first round of the team that eventually made the Elite Eight run. He is the winningest postseason player in Creighton basketball.
And that's before
history.
the bonus year that he has.
And that's before this year,
so
obviously.
Yeah.
That's before this year. So I think from that standpoint, it certainly helps. Again, it can be a difficult comparison because of what Doug meant. And this is not me saying, by the way, that Ryan Kalkbrenner is the greatest Blue Jay of all time. To me, that's Doug, and that's probably always going to be Doug.
But I guess if you're saying he's on the same level, doesn't that imply there's a conversation?
What I'm saying is it's the Doug level, meaning it's really the gravitational pull that he has on the team and the era he played in. Everything in that era, 2011, 2010 through 2014, circled around Doug. Everything in the 2020 to 2025 era of Creighton circles around Kalkbrenner. And I don't know if you can say that about anybody else. Maybe a Kyle Korver.
I was going to say Korver,
but was it for the intent? Was it for the duration of his career? Really, with Kalkbrenner, it started in his second year. His first year he was a freshman. I can still remember when they'd bring him in, and obviously he had all the size, and he'd come in and he'd score like 4 or 6 points in like 3 minutes, but then he would be gassed because he just, he wasn't used to the going up and down the floor. And then, of course, they already had Christian Bishop, who was playing the 5 that season. But I remember the second year, the first year he won Big East Defensive Player of the Year, and the strides that he made. And really from that year on, this team, the gravitational pull of this team has been centered around number 11 in a way that the gravitational pull around the 2010 to 2014 teams were centered around number 3.
I like this text from Adam.
Go ahead,
He says, Kalk isn't on Doug's level, but he's definitely on the Mount Rushmore of Creighton basketball. Most NCAA wins, 3-time Big East Defensive Player of the Year, likely 4 after this year, likely Big East Player of the Year, and likely an All-American. He's on the Mount Rushmore. I think that's a good way to describe it. Certainly is at that level, all time for Creighton hoops.
Just some guy on Twitter says, if you're talking about impact to the teams on the floor, yes, I think you can put them at that level. These Creighton teams the last 4 to 5 years have done what they have done, not because of offense, but because of their defense. It wasn't until their defensive efficiency started ranking up there in the top 30 that they started making it out of the first weekend of the tournament. Kalk is the biggest reason for that. If you're talking impact to the program, I'm not sure Kalk individually is quite at that level. The tourney success he has had has helped create, has been a big driver for the program continuing their success, but Doug put Creighton on the national map and allowed it to start this successful run, and that's certainly very fair. But again, some of that too is, Creighton was already on the map, thanks to Doug. Also, it's harder to be on the national map with a guy who is such a defensive presence as Ryan Kalkbrenner has been, because it's just not as sexy. It's just not as sexy. But some interesting responses in the tweet thread that I had earlier, and appreciate everyone who chimed in. So that is a little bit of that. We'll probably talk a little more UConn later in the show. But coming up, the Mike Eckler news is now official.
Mm-hmm.
And we know how much he's going to make, so we know what the hashtag needs to be.
Nice.
That and Michael Brunt's all still to come here on 1620 The Zone. And for players who are playing today, in college sports, NIL is what's bringing them to those particular schools. And did you know that there is a way that all of us, the little people, can get involved with NIL for our favorite programs right here in Nebraska? Because On the Line, Omaha-based company, partners with Creighton, Nebraska, and the Omaha Mavericks to bring NIL funding to those schools. And here's how it works. You go to athleticsontheline.com, pick your favorite school from that group, whichever one it is. Then attach a measurable metric, wins, baskets, points, block shots, turnovers, whatever it is. And for every time that metric hits, you make a donation of your choosing towards that particular school's NIL. It's gamifying your giving, and it's rewarding your team when your team rewards you. So find out more, visit athleticsontheline.com and help your favorite school, whether it's Creighton, Nebraska, or Omaha, recruit and retain the best college athletes. Athleticsontheline.com. Visit them today. Gamify your giving with On the Line. Athleticsontheline.com. 1620 The Zone, 1620thezone.com, Zone mobile app, zonetv.live, where you can watch the Crumb.
That's where we
if
are
you'd
right
like.
now. Hello.
Hi, or our YouTube channel, which is 1620 The Zone TV. Subscribe, and when you do, it gives you a little notification when one of our shows goes live,
Yeah,
so that you know never to miss us.
Also, if you have takes while you're watching the video, like, oh, these guys are idiots, leave a comment on all of our videos. Just,
Every single comment, just write, you're an idiot.
I mean, no, but if you think we're
John
idiots,
Bishop is a moron.
you know, just if you're watching one of our daily videos and you're like, I have a take on this, I'm going to tap. I'll see it. I see them all. I see all the comments.
So do I.
Like this one from Sindelar. John is tinting his fingers like a rich person again.
I like this chair. I mean, it sits back nice. And I've got
you look very
armrests.
comfortable.
We need, you know what we need for our chairs in the studio?
Armrests.
Armrests.
Yes.
It's so nice because you can kind of sit back and you can tint your fingers like Mr. Burns.
I don't hate that idea. I don't hate it at all.
And then you twiddle the fingers like this, and it makes it look like you're deep in evil thought.
Like you're planning something.
Like I'm planning something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm planning something. I'm planning for the first time. Probably against Cincinnati in Arrowhead Stadium, where we're watching on TV because we're not in Kansas
we're
City,
at Arrowhead Stadium.
where Nebraska makes
I'm going to be at Soldier
a
Field.
foible
Nobody
on
cares.
special teams, and somebody sends out a tweet, hashtag 625K.
We need to have new memes for the bad special teams coordinators.
Well, but
salaries
this
is a decade old. We got to find a new way.
Oh, is that what it
Yes,
was? They paid
listen.
him $625?
That's
No,
what
no,
the
no,
new
the-
one is getting paid.
Yeah, this is what Mike Eckler's getting paid. The old special teams coach, well, old, was it like?
I think it was 325 or 350.
It was 425.
425.
It was 425.
Yeah, so whenever they would have a bad special teams play, Nick, people would tweet out about how much he was making.
That's right.
Bruce
I remember.
Reed.
And that's why it still works, because remember, in Nebraska we are very sensitive
We're
about
so
how much
obsessed.
coaches make.
I'm so tired of this.
Very sensitive about how coaches make. I'm sorry, Josh, it can't all be about you. We have to think of the people.
I don't care. Hey, I don't care. Thursday.
Dave, thank
this.
you, Dave. Bruce Reed was 450K. That's right, Mr. 450K. I screwed him out of 25 grand.
Jerk. Yeah,
Well,
this is what I don't care about.
That's because they didn't make a bowl in there last year. He didn't get that bonus.
That's true. That's true.
But that's what Mike Eckler is going to be making. Which, by the way, if you're wondering, that's a $50,000 a year raise from what he was making at Tennessee.
Hell yeah.
I wonder. I mean, part of this is probably Eckler wanted to come back. I can't imagine if it were a money deal that Tennessee wouldn't want to keep him, given his attributes. Right?
Yeah, you'd figure. I mean, their numbers have been really good over the last few years. They've been
They've been
really, really
great.
good at Tennessee. They led
And
the
as we
nation.
found out yesterday from Mitch Sherman, he's got a friendship there with Tony Vitello, the baseball coach, so he must have liked it there.
Yeah, here's some numbers, and I think Sipple had these earlier today. Tennessee led the nation in percentage of punts down inside the 10 over the last 4 years. Since the start of the 21 season, 19.4% of Vols punts pinned the opponent inside of the 10-yard line. 28.3% this most recent season. Over the last 2 years, Tennessee was second in the SEC and seventh in the nation in touchback percentage on kickoffs, and they blocked 8 punts and gave up a total of 138 punt return yards. He has coached all over the place for the last 2 decades. So you're right. This must be about him wanting to come back to Nebraska versus, Tennessee not being able to keep him. It has to be about that.
By the way, this will be about $75,000 more than Ed Foley made last year. So the position itself will be budgeted higher. Also getting more money, Uncle Don.
Well, has he earned it? I guess so. His son is still on the roster.
His nephew's still on the roster.
Yes, nephew. My bad.
Yes. Okay. You had me confused.
I was like, what did I say? Why is John looking like that?
Different nepotism.
Different. Yes. Thank you, Nick.
Yeah. Well, I was getting confused. Are we talking Uncle Cuzzo again?
No.
Whatever the deal. No, Donovan's making $650 now, so that's up from $500,000.
Yeah.
And Rob Dvoracek, linebackers coach, is now making $450 instead of $300,000. Interesting that these numbers came out. We have still not heard about America's highest paid tight ends coach.
Since we haven't, I'm assuming that he's still making the 1.4.
Yeah.
Yep. Who
And
cares? We don't need to care.
But
you do. Why do you care?
No,
Who cares?
I didn't say
Yeah.
I cared. I didn't say I cared. Just because I mentioned it doesn't mean I care.
I find it really hard to even
It's not
pretend to
my
care
money.
about how much money coaches
Don't
are
care.
making.
I can't care.
Who
Couldn't care
cares?
less.
Who cares?
I don't care. Put it on the Thursday lineup. I don't care.
And I'm not just talking about for us talking about it. I mean everybody, every single a normal person. Say your name's Frank. You're working at a car shop.
Okay,
sure.
Why is car shop Frank concerned about how many thousands of dollars that this guy he's never going to interact with makes?
Shout out to you, Nick. You might have gotten the title of today's episode wrong, but shout out to you for that take.
I fixed it in YouTube.
There you go.
I mean, not that I'm speaking for these people. My guess is
I don't care about these people.
Well,
don't care.
There's like 2 million of them now in this state.
Yeah.
Give or take a few thousand who are like you and don't care.
Don't care.
The thing is about it is it's always been about, are we getting our money's worth, right?
They're going to have a great special teams coordinator, apparently, or tight ends coach, apparently. He's going to be the most. Yeah, I'll figure out the position he's with.
I can't wait for Nebraska's tight ends, Travis Kelce. Oh my God, I've already purged all the NFL.
We got to go to Bruns. Our brains are broken.
All of our brains are broken.
Football season ruined us. It absolutely ruined everybody.
It did.
Yeah, let's punt on football.
We'll punt on football. Well, partially. I'm sure
maybe a
little
bit
will come up a little bit in the conversation with Bruns of Husker 24/7.
Let's do it.
Thank you, Tony. George Kittle. That was the name I was looking for.
Nice.
George Kittle will be a tight end next year. We'll be back after this on 1620 The Zone.
Here's a story of a man named Brunsey who covers Husker sports, boys and girls, like football and basketball, even weightlifting. like front squats and curls. Then one day, good old Brunsy called a talk show, and acting on what they thought was a hunch, John and Josh wanted to start a family. And now we get to talk to Michael Brunts. It's Michael Brunts. Michael Brunts. Now we get to talk to Michael Brunts.
Now, with most of the Bronco fans that I have in my life, when it comes to that team from Missouri, they get a little unhinged. But of all the Bronco fans I know, Michael Brunts is usually the most level-headed. But I'm curious, Brunsy, as a member of the Bronco Nation, how are you taking the result of Sunday?
Yeah, as I was a horse person, I took it pretty well. Put it that way. It had some familiar feelings to when Broncos have been in the Super Bowl at various points.
Maybe in that same stadium.
Yes, the same one. Return to the scene of the crime. It was fun. It was a fun Super Bowl. I happen to have an Eagles shirt already, so that was nice that it worked out that way for me.
Brunts, this is so disappointing, man. I thought we were friends. Yes.
Here's how I got that Eagles shirt. As you may or may not know, I'm a big fan of the buy one get one sale that the franchise company runs. And they had it's one of those like the $5 DVD at Walmart bin, but it's for T-shirts. And so they pick you out a T-shirt, you buy a normal one, and then they send it to you. The two T-shirts that they picked out for me, one was the Philadelphia Eagles T-shirt, which is just a generic helmet, old school Eagles helmet with the wings.
Yeah.
And then the other was a San Francisco 49ers Super Bowl champion shirt from the year they beat the Denver Broncos. So I got my comeuppance for that.
Yeah.
Those are my two reduced price T-shirts. So I wore one of them this weekend.
Oh, that's incredible.
Yikes.
I did see this week, of course, this is the opening week of college baseball. BTN is going to feature 23 regular season baseball games on their network, 4 with Nebraska. I judge by your laughing that you may answer this next question in one particular way. Does this number seem low or just about right, considering this network's commitment to baseball?
It feels low from what it should be. It feels right from what typically has happened. So maybe they add some late in the year. I don't know. I mean, they're going to have less. There's probably going to be less spring game content that they have to worry about in April.
Correct.
So I don't know what the pivot is there. Is it just more classic games of Nebraska playing Missouri in 2010 in football, or do they shift to other classic Nebraska Big Ten games? I don't know, but it does seem a little bit on the light side. And it's funny, I actually think that there is a little bit of feeling within the Big Ten coaching groups that the conference is valuing baseball a little bit more with some of the decision making that they're doing. But I don't. It doesn't seem like they're doing that with the TV schedule. I guess this is maybe just a way to push everybody towards Big Ten Plus, which that's also a decision that they have made.
Brun, sticking with baseball, you wrote a story about them a couple of days ago. You said 3 questions at the plate for Nebraska baseball in 2025, and you pointed out the group that is returning. And you asked the question, "What's the next step?" Given the veteran lineup. What do you think the answer is to that question? What would that look like for Nebraska baseball in 2025?
Yeah, I think kind of just blowing teams out. You go and kind of dig into the numbers from last year, and there was a fair amount of balance from Nebraska. I mean, they led the league in steals as a team. They were competitive home run wise. Average, I think they were 5th or 6th in the league. So, I mean, it was a fine, they were fine offensively. I think a little bit more consistency is maybe what you're looking for from this group. And it's interesting, too, when you look at the way that the season kind of ended for them. I mean, they had the heater in Omaha in the Big Ten tournament, but it felt like that group kind of started to find its form a little bit. There were a few more extra base hits, and I think that's kind of what they're, hoping for from this group is you see a little bit more of that consistently. Because, I mean, everybody that what basically mattered in the lineup last year is back, minus Josh Caron. And so, you would expect that, you're going to be able to kind of hit the ground running. So we'll see if they can do that. But they've added a couple more pieces. I mean, they added Cale Frost, who's the, reigning Summit League Player of the Year. And so they're going to have plenty of options. I guess it's just a matter of whether or not you see, that consistently, the bats consistently show up, and whether or not, you can just kind of jump on teams that you probably should. They played a lot of 1 and 2 run games last year. And part of that was they were just not able to, find big innings and kind of put teams away when they had a chance.
Bruns, back on the subject of the Big Ten and baseball, do you think, because a lot of folks thought, I know we talk, when we talk regularly with Farron, he was of the mindset, and others were, that with a former baseball MLB Network employee like Tony Petitti being at the helm, that baseball would get more prioritization. But I'm curious, we're coming into the revenue sharing era. Certainly expenses are going to be going up because of that. Do you think that those are the things that can be used as the convenient excuse by the Big Ten as to why they don't make another jump in terms of prioritizing baseball?
Yeah, it's a good question. And I think, the last I asked around, in I think it was in November, and I think the league was actually kind of staying out of the conversation about, like, how much should each school dedicate, or what were they? There was less of a mandate from the league office and more of a, hey, if you've got the ability to support it a little more, feel free to support it a little more. I do know that Tony Petitti's been more involved with, meetings at the administrative and coaching level than what his predecessors had been. They're playing more league games, which I think they think will help get more teams in the tournament. And, I'm kind of curious to see what adding those 4 teams will do. I mean, I think Washington's a bit of a wash, but, Oregon's a super regional type team. USC has a long history. They haven't been that for a while, but UCLA's been pretty good too. So, we'll see if kind of those 4 teams coming in kind of raises everybody else a little bit. I think there's definitely, you're starting to see the break of, like, which teams are going to really support it and which teams are not. And, that's going to be, we'll see what happens there. But I think in the past, it's kind of come down from the league offices of, hey, this is what we're all going to do, and we're all going to do the same thing. And, I think there's at least a little bit more open-mindedness now of, if teams are willing to support it, let's let them do that. And I think also, the Big Ten baseball is never going to be on the level of the SEC. I mean, nobody is thinking that, but I think when you kind of start seeing the 2 different leagues lining up in the SEC and the Big Ten, I mean, I think there's at least an acknowledgement that Big Ten baseball needs to be more competitive than what it has been on a national level for that reason as well.
Bruns, is this a team that could break through to the Supers finally? Like, would that mark obviously that would mark for a really great year. Is that like a necessity for them this season?
I don't know. It's tough. I mean, they've got the roster that, would suggest that they're going to be in that conversation, that they're at least going to be in the hosting conversation for a regional. I mean, and that's, you host and you've got a really good chance to get through to a super. They've scheduled in a way that's very aggressive. And if they're able to win some of these games the first 3 to 4 weeks of the season, they're the type of wins that are going to stick and help you in that conversation. And you have to remember, Nebraska's at least been in the hosting conversation the last few years, somewhat late into the season. And it's usually a difference of 4 or 5 games. that's the goal. Is it the standard? I don't know that it's necessarily the standard, because it's just really tough for Big Ten teams to do that. But I mean, I think there's at least the makings of a group that, if things break right and they're able to kind of take care of their business early, they've got the kind of team that could potentially do that.
Bruns, we found out officially the hiring of Mike Eckler today, announced the salary. I suggested this idea to Josh yesterday, and he didn't quite laugh me out of the room. But given, where Eckler has been intensity-wise, given where his teams have performed on special teams, particularly at Tennessee, is it crazy to think that Nebraska couldn't make a significant jump in 2025 on that side of the ball?
I don't think it's crazy. I think, there's two pieces to it. I mean, I think it's kind of how you structure your overall operation, how aggressive you are, that kind of thing. And I think also it's just, do you have the right personnel at the three key spots? I mean, do you have a solid kicker, punter, and snapper? And Nebraska definitely did not have that last year, and you saw the results of that. I think if they've at least gotten better in those three spots in the off season, I think that they absolutely can be better. I think when you kind of dig into the stats of the way that Mike Eckler has tended to approach special teams, he views it as a potential advantage and a momentum swinger and a portion of the game that can win you games, not actually just cost you games, which has kind of been the norm around here lately. So I think the potential to improve is there, and I think it doesn't really seem like it should be that hard. You coach good decision making. You find a couple difference makers in your return game, and I think Nebraska actually has a few better options there than what they did last season. And I think you absolutely can take a big step forward. I mean, what do you guys consider like huge progress? Is that just like middle of FBS? Because that would be a pretty significant lift if you got to like 70th in some of your major categories.
I think that would be, if they were able to do that, I think that would be an overwhelming success for year one. Because I think the question, Bruns, that I kind of have with special teams is how much of his success was him and emphasizing it versus how much of it was the talent level that he has had the last few years. And I imagine that's a question a lot of folks are going to have. The answer is probably somewhere in the middle, right? So what type of talent does Nebraska have for him to work with? And obviously how much intensity, how much effort are they going to put into it?
Yeah. I mean, I was thinking about that too. And it's like, well, you're also probably playing against like talent in a lot of ways in the SEC.
Sure.
So, it'll be interesting to see. I mean, I think, it's kind of the question of, do you get aggressive and try to get returns? Do you just take it to the 25? I mean, I think they've tended to want to make big plays, and they've been successful at doing that. So, it's fascinating. And also too, how much is just going to be, is it going to be kind of like a Dana Holgerson situation where that's his little fiefdom, he's free to run it as he wants, or how much input are you getting from other places and directive on how to run things? I mean, because that's part of it too, I think.
It's a great point.
Michael Bruns, Husker 24/7. Brunsy, appreciate the time. Baseball starts this weekend, and we get the great crossover now. Softball's already begun, and Nebraska's off to a great start, but now the great spring crossover. We got all these sports colliding.
Yes, and Northern Colorado is back on that Nebraska softball schedule, so it's a good sign.
A tradition unlike any other.
Spring is close.
Yeah,
they're not on the baseball schedule.
I know.
I am so sad, though. I just realized this. I guess I really haven't dove very deep into the Nebraska baseball schedule. They have what I would describe. Now, I know for a lot of northern schools, they usually spend the first 2 or 3 weekends on the road, but they usually come back. So they play 3 or 4 games, come back home for a couple days, go back out. They have a legitimate West Coast road swing a la Major League Baseball in the middle of March. They will go to UCLA exactly 1 month from now. Then they will stay out there for a midweek against Pepperdine. Then they will play the following weekend at USC. Then they'll come back from USC, but then they'll jump on the bus and travel to K-State on Tuesday, March 25th. So that is 9 straight road games from March 14th to March 25th, with 8 of them being on the West Coast. I mean, that is like legitimately what Major League Baseball teams do.
Isn't it amazing, Bruns? They're student athletes. They still got to go to class as well. That's pretty wild. College sports.
I think they follow up that K-State game. That's then 3 against Oregon State at home. So they're getting like the old ex-Pac-12, just one after another right there.
You're right. They do. And Oregon State's preseason number 7. So good luck with that.
Incredible.
But certainly it'll help with the RPI. So when you talk about things like hosting and stuff like that, and remember this year they've got Vandy coming up this opening weekend, and then in 2 weeks they've got number 3 LSU. So they've got opportunities to score some big non-conference bullet points for their resume if they can put together one by May that would put them in that host conversation.
Mm-hmm.
Brunsey, take care. Thanks.
Bye, Bruns.
Yep. See you guys. Yep.
Michael Bruns of Husker 247. I was kind of spitballing prioritization, like Big Ten and how they prioritize sports, because I was listening yesterday to Connor and Sam McEwen, and they were talking about how many games are on the regular season BTN docket, and this theory out there, and I've pushed back on it. Because, listen, I know that Petitti's got some major league experience in his past, but it's not just the commissioner. It's not the commissioner that drives these things. It's the presidents. It's what the schools want to budget.
Mm-hmm.
And I just think there's so many mouths to feed, and you're already so far behind the leader, the clubhouse leader, which is the SEC, that it gets to a point where where's our bang for the buck? What do we get, we meaning the conference, get if we decide that, we're going to prioritize
We're going to put all this time and money and effort into it, and then there's not going to be any ROI on it? Because that's how they would probably think about it.
Because remember, it's got to be everybody's in, right?
Yeah, correct.
Everybody's got to want to be in. Nebraska's got a great facility. Ohio State's got a good facility, but Northwestern, basically it's almost like a high school field. There's just not a lot of, you compare the Big Ten facilities with the SEC facilities, it's not even close. And facilities are very expensive. And are you going to put that kind of money into a product that does not make you any money? Or are you going to put that money in the products that do make you money, which at some schools, like a Michigan, they have a hockey program to feed, other schools have prioritized other things. So I've always pushed back at this notion that the Big Ten all of a sudden is just going to pour all this new TV money into baseball. They got a lot of mouths to feed.
Yeah.
And there's got to be like a return on investment, something that shows that, hey, we're a big deal. I'm not saying they're going to de-emphasize baseball or they're just going to push it off into the corner like a bastard, but they're also not going to elevate it that high, because remember, you've got a lot of women's sports that are starting to really take hold. Volleyball is a huge Big Ten sport. Women's basketball, thank you, Creighton Clark and others, is pretty important. And then you got to think about the softball component. If you're going to prioritize baseball, means you better lift up softball as well. So I don't see the Big Ten trying to compete with the SEC at their level in that sport.
By the way, Kenny points out baseball West Coast swing is during spring break, so no concern about classes. That's good, at least, John.
No spring
don't have to
break
worry
for you,
about
baseball.
studying. Yeah,
no spring break for you.
Enjoy your time off from school.
Hey, you get to play baseball.
You get to play baseball. That's a great point, Nick.
And speaking of that, Nick is going to give us slice of college baseball when we come back.
Oh boy.
I look forward to seeing what you've done with the place.
Thank you.
Ever since Josh left it in shambles.
It was very good. What do you mean I picked Tennessee to win the title?
I don't know, John. The new house might look a lot like the old house.
Wow.
I'm going out on a limb.
I did. The one seed hadn't won. John, when was the last time the one seed had won the whole thing?
That's a pretty long limb.
Unreal. You didn't pick Tennessee to win.
I don't remember who I picked last
Not
year.
Tennessee. I can tell you that.
How
People
do
came
you
up to
know?
because I listened to you.
I wasn't the host of Wooden Bats and Rubber Hats.
Yeah, but you chimed in occasionally saying you're an idiot.
I remember that day that Jimmy was in and you did it and you were talking about Duke baseball. And then that moment you were talking about them, they started to get absolutely blown out by some small school.
Oops.
Oops, indeed.
Yeah.
Well, speaking of oops, you don't want any oops in your home when it comes to your windows, because the windows, we all want them because we want to be able to see outside. But if you don't have good sealed up windows, that means that cold air like we're feeling today and the next few days is going to seep through, and not good at all. Plus, your home loses value when your windows aren't very good. But right now, YHIC, your home improvement company, has an unbeatable deal. Save 50% off your window purchase with a minimum of 4 windows, a deal you won't want to miss. And these are energy efficient triple pane windows made in the USA. They look fantastic, and it comes with great financing offers. There's no money down, no interest, no payments until 2026. So upgrading your windows has never been easier. Call YHIC today, 402-764-1720. Schedule a free in-home consultation. So let me repeat. 50% off your window purchase with a minimum of 4 windows. Call YHIC 402-764-1720 right now. 402-764-1720. You're going to love the difference with your home improvement company. Visit YHIC.com and find out more. YHIC will exceed your expectations and make your home better. So don't wait. Call today. Upgrade those windows. 402-764-1720 and love the difference.
It's time to enjoy a nice hot slice of college baseball.
Swing and a miss. And for the first time, Rocky Top reaches the mountaintop of college baseball. They are the World Series champions.
College baseball.
Oh,
Hold
man,
on a
I thought
second.
that
Hold
was
on
going
a
to be
second.
Charles Schwalkoff Stadium. It ended up
Okay.
being serious. What's up, John?
What, John?
This is a radio station, right?
Yes.
This is the radio station that
Yeah.
carries
What the
the
hell,
College
Nick?
World Series, correct?
Yes.
Your
So we
coworker
use
John
the
Bishop announces
Carl
games.
Ravitch
Wow.
instead of Kevin Kugler, who calls the championship game for us.
I didn't have the Kugler call.
What do you mean? We save everything.
Yeah, this is a bad excuse.
I don't think we.
You could have had Kevin recreate it.
I don't think we saved the championship series. We don't. Kind of.
What about Westwood1.com? Westwood1sports.com.
I could walk down the hall right now and the bull because Westwood One's doing the game tonight, and I could talk to the great producer Tim Parker, who's here setting up for Kevin because Kevin can't set up his own gear, and I bet you he could get me the highlight just like that.
Well, we're focusing on the wrong thing because it'll be it'll be different next week anyway. That's the bit. It changes every week.
Oh, interesting.
But just like every topic that I'm going to talk about on a slice of college baseball.
Yeah.
John, Josh,
Nick,
today I want to talk about Sasaki. Not that one. Another one that could still end up with the Dodgers, Rintaro Sasaki. He's 19 years old, currently enrolled at Stanford, and he actively chose to come to America and go through our system here instead of staying in Japan to be drafted by the NPB. Did I mention this kid was a legend in Japan, Josh?
You've not.
He set the Japanese high school record for home runs at 140 over his career. That is 3 years in Japan. They do high school for 3 years in Japan.
That's cool.
Yeah. He would have gone high.
We did it in Fremont, too.
He would have gone...
Japan Fremont handshake meme.
He would have gone high in the NPB draft.
Yeah.
But
just like I would have.
Instead chose to enroll in the baseball program in Stanford last March after graduating high school. He's starting his freshman year this season, fellas.
For Stanford?
For Stanford.
Okay.
He wasn't not playing baseball, though, this last summer. Quite the opposite, in fact. He played in both the MLB Draft League and the Appy League. In the latter, he had 3 home runs and only 37 plate appearances for the Greenville Flyboys. He also had a slash line of 391, 595, and 913.
Those are good numbers.
That's pretty good.
Standing at 6 foot, 275 pounds, this first baseman could prove to be
Whoa. 6 foot 275?
Yep.
Is this guy a right tackle, right guard?
Close, John. He's a first baseman.
Classic.
And sometimes a third baseman. Anyway, keep an eye on him. If he does well at the college level...
It's hard not to.
There it is. If he does well at the college level and ends up in MLB, which he plans to do the second he can be eligible for the draft,
I bet.
I wouldn't be surprised to see more kids from Japan choose to come to U.S. for college baseball instead of sticking around to play in the NPB, which could have a lot of, side effects for NPB. Baseball!
That was an interesting start to the segment.
Very interesting start.
He really did steal my bit, though, by saying baseball at the end.
Yeah,
baseball.
but this is good. So he's 6 foot 270?
Yeah.
275.
275. He plays
You
first
remember-
and third.
Thick boy.
You remember our big boy from Auburn?
No.
Sonny D?
No.
I believe they called him Thicky Mantle.
Oh, yeah, I remember that guy.
I remember Thicky Mantle.
Yeah.
Thicky Mantle was listed at 6'1", 263. So we're basically talking about another Thicky Mantle, another Sonny DiChiara.
Well, how about this from Baymon? Cecil Fielder, handshake meme, whatever this kid's name was.
Rintaro Sasaki.
Now, is this player going to start?
He's a freshman, but...
Yeah, I know that part.
I don't know if he's going to start. I
Okay.
looked on Stanford's website earlier, but I couldn't see. They play their first game Friday.
Okay.
They're playing...
So you may have talked about someone who's not even going to play this year. We don't know.
That's interesting.
I mean, he might play this year.
It's the
How
backup
did
of the
you get
week
wind-
on
how pretty good.
baseball.
How did you get wind of this? I mean,
Nick's in the sicko area of baseball discussions.
Oh,
John.
is this something you found on the subreddit?
No, it was an article in The Athletic.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, if it's in the Athletic, he's obviously going to play.
It was an article in The Athletic from almost a year ago. I had it saved.
All right. Well,
Guess I
hopefully
wanted
he's
to talk
he's
about it.
still
I'm a big
okay.
fan. Listen,
You're
already
a big fan of the big boys.
Nick gets a passing grade for this one.
Yeah, it was fine.
This is good, but this is giving
He
me
used
details.
Carl Ravitch.
Somebody to watch. I'm going to
Carl
forgive
Ravitch?
the Open. I'm going to forgive the Open
Interesting.
as an oversight.
I mean, that was tough, Nick.
I don't think you even put any thought into your Open, Josh. But as far I'm
Nick
I'm
made
looking
my
at
Open.
I'm looking at the content. I
Wow.
think Nick's content
It's like
better
when
than any of your content last year.
Wrong. It's like when you watch them plate the food at a restaurant. Nick's plating was poor because he didn't use your
Yeah,
voice
but did
or
it taste
Kevin's.
good? Did it taste good?
I don't know. We'll find out if
I
the
thought it
Sasaki
tasted
guy's
good.
any good.
Well, he doesn't have to be good.
I think he has
remember,
to be the GOAT.
Remember, this segment used to
Yu
famously
Shohei?
be teams that you eliminated from the College World Series.
Among other things.
Mostly. I mean,
Don't forget about the time that I talked about Ole Miss and the lightning delay, John. How could you forget about that? How could you forget?
Patrick in the chat says yes, he will start.
Baseball!
So there you go.
so a slice of college baseball,
Yes.
except in this case, Sasaki, he would be the guy that cuts the slice out of the pizza and he takes the rest of the pizza and leaves you with the slice.
Asian Joe says, I'm 6'2" and was 275 at one time. Big whoop. Wow. Big whoop.
Asian Joe, you could have played first or third base for Stanford.
Handshake meme.
Oh,
Wow. All right. There you go. Wow. What an interesting start to this segment.
it was interesting.
I was working on the graphic, but I need more time, Nick.
That's fine.
Also, the way we do our show layout on YouTube, it's not as conducive for fun graphics like I usually make.
What do you mean?
So when I do podcast, John, sometimes I talk into a microphone. We have our layout similar to
Like right now?
We have it similar to this, but
I don't like that.
But it's not as close. We're not as skinny, and so I'm able to do stuff on the bottom. It's it's a little too complicated, a little too technical for you, but I'm able to make fun graphics with it. With this one, we have all that little blank space.
Nice to know you're putting all your attention away from us.
No, I want to do it for us, but you just said I changed it to, and you said I don't like the look of that.
Do it again. I want to see it.
It's too zoomed in.
Then I'm in the middle. Look at this.
No, we don't want that.
Hi, John. Hi,
No,
Josh.
yeah, we don't want that.
Yeah, and then I'm like having to move over here when I can't lean in my chair like this.
Well, maybe you should not lean in your chair then.
But I like it. What good is a chair to lean in if you can't lean in it? See, look, now I've got space. I
do have a lot of space. Ooh,
that way, if I
wide
gesture,
lane, so luxurious.
That way, if I gesture, you can
Oh.
still see most of my arm.
Thanks for laughing at a Seinfeld
So
reference.
we've done
Nick.
this before.
Thank you.
Seinfeld isn't funny because the delivery is bad, but the writing is funny.
Interesting.
It's
Yeah.
always funny when somebody else does
wide
it.
lane, so luxurious.
I hear another person do a Seinfeld joke. It's hilarious. You know why?
Interesting.
You have comic delivery.
Oh, thank you, Nick. I do appreciate that.
Wanted to update you on the polls from yesterday.
On Jod's bad question. Excellent.
It was a good question.
No, it wasn't. Nobody thought it was a good question.
I got votes in every category, thus it must have been a
People
good
did the
question.
same crap after the Patriots would ever lose the Super Bowl too. Are they still dynasty? Has the dynasty ended?
I did not ask. I did not ask if the Chiefs weren't a dynasty. I just said, how would you define it? And then I put it into the waiting arms of the people.
Mm-hmm.
How would you define this Chiefs dynasty? 56% voted still a dynasty. 14% said a weak dynasty. 26% said just a good run. And the 3.6 Broncos fans
are idiots.
No dynasty at all.
To be fair, John, you did, when I first met you, the Patriots hadn't won a Super Bowl in a few years, and you called them a faux dynasty for many, many years.
They were. Now, it's still a dynasty.
Why
just
were
like
the
I still
Cowboys
think
of the
the Chiefs
90s a dynasty, but some people, like the Patriots weren't, or the Chiefs are not as good as them? They only won 3 and 4.
They also famously didn't get blown out in 2 of them, and that does matter. I'm sorry, it does.
Yeah, we definitely disagree there.
Yeah, that's fine. What was the other point you were asking about?
I was just wondering why 3 and 4. Like, it just seems like that.
I mean, listen, no trolling here, but 3 and 4 is very impressive, but then that was it. And also, I guess when I look at dynasties, we really got to extend it out, right? To really, when the team started winning, to win, it was obvious that the thing had come to an end. So with the Steelers, it really starts in 72
mm-hmm.
and goes through basically 1980, maybe 1981. With the 49ers, it starts in 81 and runs really all the way until
mid-90s,
96, 97.
Yeah.
And
I would say the Chiefs one, you add an
Chiefs,
extra year to it then because it starts in 2018 when they went to the AFC Championship game
correct.
for the first time.
Yeah. You know, the thing about the Patriots was I called it the faux dynasty mainly because I just hated the Patriots, but also because they were consistently good. They were never dominating, except really for the 1 year they had the perfect season, and then they famously lost. And again, a lot of this comes from where you come from. I lived through the Steelers. I lived through the 49ers. So you get this sense of perspective that this is what great teams do. When they make the Super Bowl, they win, right? And the Patriots didn't do that all the time. And they also didn't blow teams out necessarily. And so that does affect your perspective. But certainly, and when I talk about the Chiefs, would I take this last 7-year run?
I hope
Of course
so.
I would.
Well, I hope
of course
so.
I would. Of course I would. So I was just curious how people saw it, because they do tend to see it, you know, in the prism of, you know, what have you done for me lately? And this Chiefs team obviously laid a pretty big egg on Sunday. But it's good to see that most people still, you know, acknowledge it for what it is, and that is this has been a really good run. Now the question is it over or is it ending? Maybe not is it over, but is it ending?
I'd be stunned if it was ending. You know, there will be an era where they do not go to every Super Bowl. There will be an era where they do not go to every AFC Championship game, just like the Patriots run was split apart, but their quarterback is still in his 20s, you know, not for very much longer, but Patrick Mahomes is still only 29 years old. They still have Andy Reid. They will have to retool just like they had to retool after the Tyreek Hill era. They became a different franchise. I mean, it's pretty wild when you consider they've actually had more success post Tyreek Hill than they had with Tyreek Hill, in that they have only made the Super Bowl and they have won 2 of them, you know, whereas they did not make the Super Bowl every year when Tyreek was there, and they only won 1 of them, you know, and, you know, you're splitting hairs essentially when you're talking about this true greatness. And, you know, if the 18 or 19 teams were actually better than they've been lately, maybe. I thought the 18 team was better, but that team didn't have as good of a defense. And, you know, before this season, they had won 2 Super Bowls in a row. I think that this is going to last. It just is going to look different at a certain point in time as they continue to retool the roster.
I think it's a valid question. I'm not ready to lean in yet with a definitive answer, but I would say I think it is headed on the downhill slide now. And the reason I say that is the Broncos are getting better, the Chargers are getting better, and could Tom Brady actually be making the Raiders better? That division is going to get better. Let's face it. The Chiefs, like the Patriots, have taken advantage of, for the most part, a bad division. And this is not, again, to downplay any of their accomplishments. I'm not saying that. But this division is now getting stronger. And that's going to make the road more difficult for the Chiefs to continue this run of, you know, AFC Championship appearances, Super Bowl appearances, and the like. And so I think that, combined with the fact that, you know, you're now going to be transitioning out, whether it's this year or next year, the Travis Kelce era. There is some retooling that has to be done, certainly similar to the Brady and Belichick years. You know, you'll have those 2 guys, Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes, but how much of those other guys are you going to have, you know, down the road? The Chris Joneses, for example. It'll be interesting to see. But I do think that we've seen the peak of the Chiefs' greatness, and we are starting on the downhill slide. I won't rule out that they won't make or win another Super Bowl in the next couple of years.
What does that mean that you think the peak is behind them?
Well, they're not. I'll say this: they're not gonna put this on the list.
Okay.
They're not making the AFC Championship game.
Get the
next
tomatoes.
Year.
They will not make the AFC Championship game
next
next
year.
year.
Not make the AFC Championship game next year.
No, well, this sadly
they may not win the division next year.
This has to be a long-term. Do you want to do that one instead?
Sure, why not?
The Chiefs won't win the division?
They will not win the AFC West next year.
Okay.
I'll put that on the list.
Okay. Congrats, the Broncos.
Again, that doesn't have to mean that there's still not more winning out there, but they have crested the peak, in my opinion.
Let me ask you this. Why do you feel this way so strongly now, but you didn't feel this way last week?
Oh, I wouldn't say I didn't. I didn't feel this way last week. I just thought in this particular game on Sunday that, they were going to find a way, as they do. But
so now you don't feel they'll find a way anymore?
Well, but I was looking at this year, this matchup. I wasn't projecting next year. Listen, I believed last week and these last 2 years, credit to the Chiefs, they have found a way to make it this far. Last year, they made it all the way. But they did so kind of playing a little above themselves, right? And then you had, a great, leaders that knew how to win in those games, which is huge. I mean, just having that experience, having that institutional knowledge is enormous. Once you get it, it's priceless. But I was under no impression that these last 2 Chiefs teams were better than the ones that preceded them. Absolutely not. And so that's why, I believe it has crested. I don't think, again, I'm not saying we're headed for a stock market crash, but I do think you're going to see a slow to moderate downtick in performance, at least next year, maybe the year after that. We'll see how they draft. The Chiefs have been really good. Brett Veach is an excellent GM.
Mm-hmm.
They've been able to retool. But remember, the rest of the leagues, has a lot of teams have caught them, right? Eagles obviously have caught them. The Bills are close to catching them. We both believe that if the Ravens had been in that position instead of Buffalo, the Ravens would have been playing in that game on Sunday.
Couldn't agree more.
So, that's what I mean when I say crested.
Okay. The
You disagree.
Well, it's just people said the same thing about the Patriots, and they looked like fools.
But these aren't the Patriots.
Maybe.
These aren't the Patriots. I'm sorry, Patrick Mahomes is not Tom Brady.
He's
not.
He's 29, man.
I know he is.
He's 29. I
know he is.
Patrick
Mahomes will not be playing into his 40s.
Probably
like
not.
Tom Brady.
Probably not. But that doesn't mean that he can't still win another 3 Super Bowls.
I don't think he will.
See, I mean, the odds say he won't, because that would mean he would win 6, and only one other quarterback has won more. The odds say he won't. People did the same. They buried dirt on those guys for years, and they always ended up
burying dirt on him. I'm not saying he's gonna be. No,
I know, but you asked me the question of do I think that they can still, have the success? I think that they could still have the same amount of success that they have had in his first 7 years as a starter. That would not shock me.
That would surprise me.
I don't think
really,
I'm not going to
hard.
say that they're going to go to 7 straight AFC Championship games again and thus make it to 14. I'm not going to say that they're going to win 3 more Super Bowls, because again, that would mean he would do something that only Tom Brady has done. Would it shock me though? Of course not, because I think that he is that level of player, and as long as they have him and as long as they have Andy Reid, all bets are off. Like in the NFL, you need the coach and you need the quarterback. They have that. They lost in the last game of the year, so it's like, I get that we're punishing them for getting blown out, but they also
I'm
made
not
it.
Punishing him. Listen, I believed this before Sunday. Sunday just, made it more likely. But remember one thing, and I go back to the division. In those middle years, we'll call them the middle years, when the Pats weren't winning Super Bowls, they were still dominating that division. Why? Because the Bills were a train wreck, the Jets were a train wreck, and the Dolphins weren't good. I think this
Jets went to 2 straight AFC title games, though.
But I didn't think they were. I mean, yeah,
they made the AFC title game.
They had 2 good years. But I think top to bottom, I think the AFC West is getting better.
Sure, I would agree. They have
better than the AFC East.
They have way better coaches than the AFC East did at the time.
And so some of this is not just a Chiefs. What's the word I'm looking for? Downward trend. It's the rest of the teams making it more difficult in their own division. The teams they have to play the most often, the teams they have 6 games against every year.
Sure.
That alone makes your life very difficult, which is why, again, I think back to like when the 49ers were good. There was always at least one other team in the NFC West, whether it was the Rams, whether it was the Saints, a couple of years it was the Falcons, who was like right there nipping on their heels, but the 49ers always held them off. Chiefs have not really had that.
No, they've usually locked up the division in early December, pretty much every year.
Exactly. And I think now, this division is going to make it a little more difficult as well.
The division will definitely be a lot harder than it's been. That is 100% true.
All right, we need to take a break. We'll come back. Let's see. Still to come, Steve Sipple is going to join us, and we are going to visit the super hot take markets.
That doesn't mean the takes are hotter. It just means there are more options available.
There are more options.
More options.
Yeah, there's some
available.
gluten-free takes in there.
Yep.
Some keto takes.
Nice. Kale takes.
Oh, not the kale takes.
Sorry, Nick.
You can get both your plastic storage tubs and your baby formula all in the same store. It's amazing. It's
There's a deli.
That's pretty awesome.
There's a deli and a hardware section.
Mm-hmm.
This place has got everything.
Don't get those two confused.
It really does.
1620 The Zone. Chief 1999, I won't read everything that he wrote because, well, I can't, but no bleeping way the Chiefs dynasty is on the downswing. Younger players will keep it rolling the way Worthy can take the top off a defense deep. More, please. Funny how he can, but yet they didn't do it until the end of the season.
He's a rookie.
I know, but it did seem a little odd they didn't run I mean, there was
couldn't
the
protect
one
the
play
quarterback.
that against the Eagles they certainly could.
I like
But
the unbiased insight from Chiefs fan.
Yeah, when he there was the one play where Patrick dropped back, and I think it was early in the game, and he was winding up to throw deep, and then thought better of it and pulled the ball down. I think he ended up throwing short.
Yep.
When he reared back like that, I in that flash of a moment, I thought to myself, I haven't seen that in months.
They don't do it.
They don't.
The defenses don't allow it. They do the high two safety look.
They
just keep everything underneath.
They do.
For the record, I stand with Chief 1999 on this.
Of course you do.
I just, John, you being middle of the road guy who's always like, let's chill out a little bit. I'm a little surprised that you are as definitive. Like this thing is on the downswing. Like
it is. I think it is.
Yeah,
I absolutely do, and I would have thought that no matter what happened on Sunday, because I mean, you've seen it the last 2 years. You know, it is a different team, and it is starting to age out. And while certainly we can, give Brett Veach and Andy Reid and the front office and, the people that put everything together a lot of plaudits, they're now going to have to officially go through really what is the big retooling.
Sure.
Right? The thing that Belichick could do for years and years and years. And just because they were able to do it doesn't necessarily mean the Chiefs will be able to do it. Again, I'm not saying they're falling off a cliff. I'm just saying that I think this, call it dynasty, whatever it is you want.
I will call it a dynasty, yes.
Has peaked.
Says they're sliding
because every
down the
dynasty is like that, right? Every dynasty. I mean, I can go way back to, I'll use the Steelers for an example. By 1980, that was an old team. Now, they beat the Rams. They won their last Super Bowl. But by the time that was over, you could tell, yeah, this ain't the same team that won, 3-4 years ago.
Terry Bradshaw wasn't Patrick Mahomes, though, and he wasn't 29.
That's not the point, Josh. And
How are you missing this, though? They have a quarterback.
I'm not missing any point
You
here.
are.
No, I'm not.
In the NFL, John, what do you need? You need the coach and the quarterback. They have both of those things. So to say that they're on the downswing and to compare it to the Steelers, I think is asinine because it's not comparable.
Not. Okay, first of all, Josh, it's more than just that, and you know that, and
of course.
I get it. But that's what I'm saying is there's just certain things that you can tell. Again, I'm not saying they're falling off a cliff.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they're falling off a cliff.
But
I'm just saying that it has peaked and it is starting to head in this direction. Now, it could be a slow descent, or it could be a fast descent. I don't know, but I think that it has peaked, and now especially because of the other teams in that division getting better, that is a huge factor here. Huge factor, because you've got to face those teams 6 times a year, and the Chiefs haven't had a whole lot of resistance from within that division. Now, it's possible that those teams getting better will maybe, iron sharpens iron a little bit and maybe offset some of that. But I tend to think that it's going to continue to just slide downward. Doesn't mean Patrick Mahomes is going to be a lesser player. Andy Reid's not going to be in there forever.
Sure.
I think he's got maybe 3 seasons left, tops.
Maybe. I mean, at that point, he's getting pretty close to the all-time wins record.
Well, how many is he short?
I think it's like 50 now.
I mean,
3 more seasons.
That'd be 3 more seasons.
I mean, not in your world of the downward trajectory. If they're suddenly a 10 or a 12 win team,
you're reading me as if to say they're going to win 7 games next year.
I'm not saying John, I'm understanding. If you say they're a little bit worse, that means probably a 10 or a 12 win season instead of 15. Sure. Then he's
like
not
what
breaking
they had
the record
2 years ago,
and they still won the Super Bowl. See, like that's the point that I'm trying to make. Is
sure they did.
Mike's a Chiefs fan, and he says I'm a Chiefs fan. They're on downward trajectory. My point ultimately, and I was just waiting for the right opportunity to say it, is they have looked like a worse team, and yet they still won 2 and they got to another. Because why I think that it's nowhere near done is because I think the team is about to get better overall. I think the roster is going to be in a better spot. I think it's going to be good when they don't have Travis Kelce anymore. I think that they're about to be able to move on from him.
It could help.
They're obviously going to have to retool the offensive line, but you know what? They had to retool the offensive line after they lost the Super Bowl to the Bucs, and I thought that they did a pretty good job there. The quarterback is too young. He's just way too young for me to say. And I know we're splitting hairs. It's not that big of a difference between downward and not being able to match and me just saying I'm just not going to write him off yet. But if you got the quarterback and the coach, then I'm going to ride with you for a little longer.
Okay, but who's to say that starting maybe next year, Josh Allen becomes that guy?
He was this year.
And Mahomes.
You're preaching to the choir, John.
Don't look at MVPs. Don't look at MVPs.
I thought Josh Allen was better than him this year. You're preaching to the guy that believed all year that it was going to be the Ravens or the Bills.
But I'm talking about making the winning plays. Because there's a difference. I mean, you can put up stats, you can put up yards.
Sure.
But I'm talking about where maybe, because at some point you've got to think, as long as the Bills, keep a good core around Josh Allen, then eventually they're going to break through. Right?
I've thought so
or
for
Lamar,
years.
Eventually they're going to break through.
Yeah.
And so, you've got those two teams, and who knows what's going to happen with Joe Burrow. I don't know about the Bengals as an organization necessarily.
Yeah, I think it's okay to write them off.
But it'll be interesting to see, where this ends up. But I just think that it is crested, and it is. We're now starting to see. We're starting to see, the other side of the hill on this.
Yeah, I'm just not willing to say that yet.
Okay.
Yeah, Dane and Adam with me. On the downswing, they lost 2 games. Yeah, they lost 2 games this year. 2.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. And they won a lot of one-score games. And, they probably should have lost, 3 or 4 of those?
Probably.
Are we sure John isn't secretly a Chiefs fan? Because this sounds a lot like a lot of Husker fans after Nebraska.
Oh, God, no. Are you kidding me?
It's over.
Are you kidding me? No, that's not it at all. Not it at all.
So you're openly a Chiefs fan?
No, I'm not openly a Chiefs fan.
If he's a Chiefs fan, he'd be
I was
saying
laughing
they're
along with
obviously
my
gonna be
son
fine.
every time Mahomes got sacked because it was funny. It was funny to watch what the Eagles did because I've never seen a team that was supposedly so great just get in the biggest game of the year.
It was
just
pretty
doesn't
bad.
happen that often.
It was a little funny.
It was a little funny? Oh, who's the Chiefs fan now, Nick?
It's pretty funny.
Okay. When we come back, it's time to head to the super hot take market, but don't miss your chance to win $5,000 with the Get Your Bleep Together giveaway. You can register online for a chance to win at 1620thezone.com. Oh man, look at this place. It's so new, and the aisles are clean, and all of the shelves are stocked. And what's that smell? Ooh,
$8 eggs.
They got a bakery. Well, it's $8 eggs because they're farm fresh eggs, Josh. Welcome to the super hot take market.
I love that I can get both a hot dog and a lib machine in the same place.
Oh, that's great. Now, what song is this? I recognize the old NFL ones. I don't recognize this song.
This is what Monday Night Football used to open with in the early 80s.
Okay. Now, I recognize this song.
All right. Would you like to? What section do you want to shop in?
I'll go first. Hot take. I could be talked into. I'm going to make my football take next. So my first one is hoops. Hot take. Talking to John. You're basketball not as much a turnkey job as we thought it was. Certainly, I thought it was. They find themselves again as kind of a 500 program this year. Another mess season. And I was looking at them in my lifetime. And obviously they have incredible highs, right? They've won national championships since I was born in 1988. Played in a few others. They're low though, John. They're certainly a lot lower than Dukes. And they have more offense. They're lower than Kansas. And they have more offense. I don't know what the hot take ultimately is here. Is it that the job isn't as good as we think? Is it that coaching is maybe more important than give credit to a blood like this? I thought that Duke and had more of a drop off without Krzyzewski. And they've been fine. So yeah, North Carolina, obviously great job. Maybe not as great a job as we thought. Wow. Okay. How's that hot take?
And that's when you talked into hot take. I believe I'm shopping in the baseball section. Saw this tweet today from Hassan.
Yep.
Did you know that the billion that all the money spent in baseball offseason, that $1 billion in guaranteed money. This is not just one year, obviously. This is the total guaranteed contracts they signed this offseason is more than $1 billion. That combined free agent dollars spent by Cardinals, Brewers, Marlins, Padres, Rockies, Twins, Mariners, Cubs, White Sox, Pirates, Phillies, Reds, Nationals, Rays, Braves, Guardians, Red Sox, Astros, Tigers, Royals, Athletics, and Angels.
That's a lot of stuff.
That's a lot of stuff.
So what's the hot take?
Well, the hot take is this. I think that the big market teams are spending like drunken sailors because the next collective bargaining agreement comes to a head in the winter of 2026. The hot take, 2027 will see a strike or a lockout that will cost us games.
Oh, wow. That is a long-term hot take.
Wow.
Do people agree with you? Are you on an island with this take?
Because no, I've seen they at least think the lockout's going to happen because it's because of all the spending. The owners are going to pool together and say, we need a salary cap. And Tony Clark, the MLB PA director, says, we will never agree to a cap. And I think there's going to be a big fight over that in the winter of 26-27, and it will cost us games in the 2027 Major League Baseball season.
Man, we have not had a whole lot of those. The young heads out there don't really know a world where they don't get their sport. That would be pretty wild.
I've heard stories of the old times where it's happened.
It did happen in the old times.
It sucked.
I think it's one of the things that stopped the Mariners from finally, making it.
Sad. John, hot take, I believe. I referenced earlier I had something for you with Mike Eckler. Are you ready for this?
Heckle the Eckle?
If Mike Eckler did not have Husker ties, his hire would be talked about at the same level of Dana Holgerson. But yet, because, he's a former Husker coach. He used to be on the staff. There does seem to be this, tepid, they're only bringing him back because he wants to be a Husker or he's a former Husker. I don't know exactly how or why he took this job. I don't know how Matt Rule knows him. I don't know all the ties that bind them, if you will, John. But when you look at his resume, and I read off a lot of the stuff earlier, all of the background, without knowing he's from Nebraska, everyone would say unequivocally, this is a home run hire. 20 seasons as a coach at the Power 4 level, 6 seasons at current Big Ten schools, 8 seasons as a special teams coordinator, and yet the reaction from some is, yeah, but he's a former Husker. Are we sure he's that good? Hot take, I believe.
Interesting. This next hot take kind of crosses over into different aisles because it's really a baseball one, but it's centered around basketball.
I love all this baseball.
We've had now twice in the last 3 days where the worldwide leader, ESPN, has messed with a college basketball broadcast in order to accommodate the National Basketball Association. So last night, the game of the night in the Big 12 was Baylor and Houston, top 5 Houston. The game started on ESPN, but they moved it to ESPNU early in the second half.
Hell
Why?
yeah.
Because, we got to see Luka. Now, they did warn us ahead of time that they were going to move the game to ESPNU, so folks shouldn't have been too surprised if they had been reading ESPN social media. The problem is this. Why did they even start a game that they had no intention of finishing on the mothership? They should have. They had another game on ESPN2. I think it was Charlotte. I can't remember who it was. Should have moved that over. Should have put Baylor Houston on ESPN2 and done something else on ESPN. Heck, did 90 minutes of pregame about Luka, and all this other nonsense.
I love how much this trade's triggered you.
My take is this. Not the trade. My take is this. Beware, Major League Baseball. Watch how ESPN is treating the sports they still have the rights to. They're going to slap you around when you're gone.
Couldn't
Bad
disagree more.
news. What do you mean, couldn't disagree more? You're a fool. A fool. They're not going to ignore baseball, but they are going to.
Oh, I thought you were talking about like they would preempt them for something else.
No. They're not going to ignore baseball. They're just going to slide it down the list of things that they talk about.
Yes.
Even further.
Well, I was going to say, it's not like
when
they
it's
show up
gone.
on the chit-chat shows to begin with. It's baseball.
True.
People don't like debating baseball like they used to. The nerds have ruined it.
They should. You can get pedantic about baseball and stats.
Not
and
anymore.
stuff.
Not anymore. A text from Aaron coming in, John. Hot take. Brady's wife left him not because of the yoga teacher, but because she had to listen to him talk. Boom roasted, Tom.
Tom, I just feel like you never ask about how I'm doing. You always
all
talk
you do is
about
talk
yourself.
about all the Super Bowls you made.
Huh.
Yeah.
All right.
Nice.
Well, I didn't know Nick was going to use this for his segment.
That's college baseball, John. Why wouldn't I?
I've got a better, I'll give you a new bed next week. We don't need to hear this twice in one day.
I would love to hear this twice in one day.
No. I heard this. I still hear this in my nightmares.
Me too, John, but I love it.
I can't wait to listen to those broadcasts this summer when you were both in the booth hanging out with each other.
Being
and
friends,
you're doing
bonding.
nothing and being a lazy millennial.
I'll be driving to my new home, wherever that may be, and I will be looking forward to listening to you on the way home and then
while you wash your hands in your bedroom sink.
Nope. They will not be happy.
I hope not that you ever get your hands dirty because you don't work on things, but I hope that one day you get stuff on. Maybe you're picking up Mr. Banks's poo, and the bag rips or something, and you get poo on your hands, and you're walking around, you're looking for a sink, and all the sinks are being used.
Poo hands.
Ugh.
And you have to open the door to the bathroom. You get poo all over the doorknob just to get to your sink when you could have had a sink right there in your bedroom.
It really is convenient.
My
It's
bathroom
cleaner.
door would never be closed, so there will be no need. I have other hands.
I mean, it might.
I have two hands. If one of them has poop on it, the other is a normal hand.
See, and I like my privacy. If I'm going to the bathroom, I like the door to be closed.
Yes, it's closed when I get in there, but not in my house all the time, you weirdo.
Oh, you're going to let the fumes out?
Yes, Nick. The bathroom. You keep your bathroom door closed?
No.
Exactly.
I do sometimes because it always gets nice and warm in there.
Oh.
Like on days like this
It
where
is
it gets
nice
really
to
cold.
be toasty.
You close
Toasty
it,
woasty.
and it's got that, and it gets real warm in there. Sometimes I do. Not all
Or
the time.
if you have the air on because it's hot outside, sometimes the bathroom's a cool place. Like, I'm
It
not
can
hanging
be.
out in there.
John, did I teach you something about the Mike Eckler response? Have you not seen this nor heard about this? There's definitely been a little bit of, oh man, another former Husker.
Has there?
Just a little.
I don't spend the time on the message board.
I will be honest too. Especially as I dive into his resume a little bit more, I'm I'm a little shocked that there's not a total celebration for his hiring like there was even Holgerson. And that one was weird because it happened in the season.
The celebration!
Holy God.
It's a big celebration.
It very much
Yeah, I
is.
guess I haven't seen this, though. Husker fans have kind of surprised us recently. They were very tepid in their response to, what, spring games canceled?
That's true. Didn't care.
Maybe there's some Frost PTSD. Maybe that's all.
Nebraska
They're a little more
basketball's won
cautious.
4 in a row.
That's true.
We hired a new volleyball coach.
Okay, there was a little excitement about that.
People are pretty stoked for her.
Yeah, remember we were on the air that day. It was pretty wild.
Yeah.
What a wild day it was.
We broke the news when it happened.
We
We
break the
did.
news.
We broke the
And then we
news
talked
when
to
it
Mike
happened.
Schaefer for 30 minutes.
Mhm.
Well, coming up next, we'll talk to Steve Sipple.
For 30 minutes?
I don't know, maybe.
Okay.
If he feels like it.
Awesome.
And he's not on his motorcycle today. At least he better not be.
It's not good hog weather.
Nice.
No, it is not good hog weather.
No.
And it's the happy hour.
Oh, awesome.
Wow, where this show has just flown by.
I know. It's 4:45 already.
Nice.
Is it snowing yet?
No.
Thank God. Just
It looks like crap outside, though.
just
It has looked
hold
so
off
gray
until
and
midnight.
gross
Just-
all day.
It's true.
Just snow all you need to tomorrow, but just hold off until midnight, please.
I'm getting so sick and tired of this weather. I'm ready for
Please.
spring. We're about a month away, Nick. We just need to get to next month.
So close.
Yep. But so
Simple's
far away.
next. On Sips Team 20 the zone.
be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. It would be nice to have a boat. Throw. From your mom. Sipple the snowflake is one old triggered soul with reading glasses sitting on his nose and takes that really blow. Sipple the snowflake deserves a mouthpiece to the face. He says LeBron's the GOAT and Steph will choke. Then he runs to his safe space. Hey, we gotta be careful here, he tells us when we speak. But when 10 games air in a day, he thinks that's too many. Oh, Sipple the snowflake says words like mature. He's a blogger now and an honor too, and also really old.
Mr. Sipple, how are you today?
Doing fine, guys. How are you doing? Can you hear me okay?
You sound amazing.
Thank you. John, great call the other day. Was it Saturday, the last time you were on the radio?
Saturday. Well, I was on the radio yesterday, but for basketball, yes. Saturday.
Smart ass.
That's what I was talking. I said great call, not great show.
Yeah,
because no one would ever say that about us.
Definitely not.
No way at all. No, it's been a fun run, and tonight, man, can these people bring it? 2 times in the last 3 days? Because I mean, it was intense. Midwestern fans are unique, I think. And as much as people don't want to admit it, Creighton fans and Nebraska fans are very similar. They're kind of a show me crowd, right? But once you show them something or you tell them it's a big game, they show up and then they, get really intense. I think this place, people were standing for the whole last 10 minutes of that basketball game, wow. Which you don't see very often. And, I get it. I know there was the No Sit Sunday thing, but that was, a special promotion 10 years ago. But, it was pretty intense in here, and tonight should be as well, because they're getting a $1 beer night tonight.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, oh, boy is right. Do Creighton fans go after refs with as much venom as Nebraska fans do?
I would say no. No, and I'm not saying they don't go after refs, but it's funny. I think there are two places where there's a certain, I don't want to say a lust, but it's the best word I can come up with, when a call is borderline, where you hear it more than any other place. One is Providence, and the other is Lincoln. It is a different level.
Lusty
there
is a good word. It's bloodlusty.
There is. And by the way, I'm not being a critic, as one who famously likes to go after refs.
I was going to say maybe.
So I'm not playing the high horse here. I'm just saying. Sip asked me a question. I think there are two places. Providence is one, and Nebraska is definitely the other. And I think it also helps, the way that building is, because that building kind of goes straight up, man. It feels like every Tom, Dick, and Nancy is screaming at the refs across the state when something goes wrong in that building.
Yeah, Simple. I was going to say maybe it's because Creighton fans know John will do the hard work for them going after the refs. And we're like, we don't have to. John will take care of it.
John's all right. I mean, you do a little bit on the broadcast, but it's not untoward.
My favorite is, oh, come on. Our producer, Joey, who is great, he cuts up everything. And so the highlight bits, the funny bits, the stupid bits, he has a separate folder from Saturday's game John goes after the refs, and I'm like, oh, I wonder what this is. Because honestly, there were 3 calls I can remember that I thought were bad, and they all happened early in the game.
Mm-hmm.
I thought it was a pretty well officiated game, from start to finish. But and every one of them, it was, oh, come on.
Nice.
So
yeah,
that's my go-to. That's my go-to.
Yeah.
How's Zach Taylor these days? You had a chance to talk to him.
Zach was here. I'm here. I'm in Nashville right now. He's not here. He was in Lincoln, and I'd say he's doing really well. It was January 30th when they played Illinois. Double check that date. I think it was January 30th when Nebraska beat Illinois. He came back with his sons, ages 14 and 12. First time he'd been in PBA. Took a tour of the training facility. Was wildly impressed. Zach's always. And then we had him on our Husker Online show. He's always doing good. I mean, he's done really well with the Bengals. 6-year head coach, 9-8 this year. Obviously went to the Super Bowl a few years ago. Zach's always kind of had it. Ever since I've known him, he's had it together.
Sip, that we learned today that Mike Eckler officially is going to end up at Nebraska. How did this happen? Like, where does the relationship, like we know about his relationship with the program, but what about Matt Rule's relationship with him? How did that part of it come together?
Well, I think it's one of those hires where you say there wasn't a relationship. Like Dana Holgerson, there wasn't. I mean, I guess through his agent, there was some degree of, through Holgerson's agent. Well, I think they have the same agent, Rule and Holgerson. So there's that, but no real previous, strong relationship. It doesn't always happen like that. It hasn't happened. I mean, Rule and Butler didn't have a relationship.
Yeah.
So it wasn't that. He's just looking for the best guy. And Eckler kind of popped open. I mean, he wasn't getting run out of Tennessee. Tennessee's AD is a little different than a lot of ADs. It's just not. He doesn't give out multi-year contracts across the board. A lot of the time, it's 1-year deals, and I think that was going to be the case with Mike. Just a 1-year deal. Nebraska gets 2-year deals, and that's a big deal to coach probably anybody. So I think that was a factor, and I think the other major factor, and I'm not even positive that contract's a major factor, but my guess is it was. And
the Tennessee contract?
Also, yeah, I mean he could have signed a 1-year deal, and he'll get 2 with Nebraska standard.
Mm-hmm.
So that's I mean it would be important to me. I don't know. Maybe Mike would say it's not a big deal. He's done very well, but also his parents. I mean, I think it's a chance to get home. His parents are in Fremont, and then Mike loves it. He loved Nebraska. He loves it, and I think it's a special place to him. And it's a place where he can really, really make a mark. And all you got to, I'm sure you guys read what Nebraska put out today. When you read the stats, when you just go through what Mike did at Tennessee, compared to Nebraska, it's remarkable.
Oh, yeah.
And it's pretty remarkable anyway, but compared to Nebraska, it's bizarre almost when you think, oh, really? A team can average 16 yards per punt return? I've almost forgotten that, that's not such a wild notion that you can advance the ball an average of 15 yards on punt returns. It's gotten to be sort of this wild notion here. One of the things that kind of disturbs me about Nebraska football, how for years I think we've just settled into this, good strong, and even great special teams play. That happens other places, not here. It's got to end. That kind of mentality, if it's even a little bit, if I'm even a little bit right, has to end.
Well, we had those numbers last week on a whim. We were just, kind of openly wondering aloud, and I'm trying to remember, gosh, what day was
Wednesday.
That? Was it Wednesday? Where we added up the punt return yards and how embarrassingly low they were. So this is going back to 2016 season.
Okay.
884 yards gained in punt returns, 1,416 allowed. So it's a net of minus 532. But the 884 gained compared to what DeMornay Pearson-L did in 4 years. DeMornay Pearson-L in 4 years went 904 yards in punt returns, which is more than what Nebraska has done as a team since 2016.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. And there's an acceptance. I don't know. At some point, I don't know. I'd say the same things over and over, but this is part of the discussion. If you're going to run down Penn State, and Ohio State, and Oregon, and Michigan, I mean, you think you can just do it with shoddy special teams? Really?
No.
I mean, Nebraska doesn't have a lot of advantages. You can create an advantage on special teams. And, what if you're not going to be you're never going to have as much talent as Ohio State. Then what if they're better on special teams than you too? You just forget it. I mean, so I get a little tired of it. Is Nebraska going to really, are you serious about catching these guys or not? Now, the good news is a hire like Eckler and a hire like Holgerson, and I would even say John Butler, does indicate to me they're serious about it. So that's good. And there's the other hires Matt made are good too. But I just always start the discussion with the coordinator positions.
Yeah, I was going to say along those lines, if there was going to be anything that could happen in spring ball that you hear about or that you see that like you actually buy into, okay, they actually are putting effort. They are taking it seriously beyond just, having him in town now.
Other things?
Yeah. Because they're always going to do the lip service stuff, right? So, like, how do you see through the BS and realize, okay, they actually do want to get better. They do want to be better than average.
Are they fortifying the line? I mean, that's the other. They did a good job of getting the quarterback. I mean, they did what they had to do to get Dylan. Now, the next, I would always go. I mean, usually I would go head coach, quarterback, and then go from there. Now we already established those two. Those two had been established. So next you go coordinators, line, offensive line, defensive line, and how are they there? I'd say the offensive line should be better than it's been in years. This coming year, we'll see. I mean, that's dependent on Elijah Pritchett showing up and playing better than he did at Alabama, but he has a lot of potential. Getting Rocco Spindler was just gigantic. I mean, I think I said on your show before they got him, I felt like if they got him, he'd be the biggest portal get, the most important portal get. And I really believe that. The more I dug into it, the more I talked to his father, looked at it. I just think of the 16, he's the most important. And then we have Evans and Lutovsky, guys that are proven. You have Corcoran and Teddy. We'll see how that all works out with coming back from injury, but they have pieces there. A little more worried about the D line. In part just because of what they lost. I mean, you just lost a player. Now you could say, simple. Come on, he's not a first rounder. Well, maybe not, but there were games he was definitely playing at a first round level late in the season. Ty Robinson, obviously, is who I'm talking about. But also losing Nash and Jamari Butler. You lost your starting three. So I don't know. We'll just have to. Rule does express confidence in the guys they have, but there's a lot of proof that needs to be made.
Sip, Nebraska has essentially canceled their spring game. It sounds like Ohio State is too. But Josh and I have both been kind of surprised a little bit that the reaction from the public has kind of been with a shoulder shrug, kind of a meh. I kind of expected, given this had turned into an unofficial 8th home game every year. It just happened outside of the season that more folks would have been upset about this. I'm curious if maybe your interactions or your mentions are different than ours, because I feel like fans are kind of like, okay, whatever. It's not there anymore.
Maybe as it gets closer to the fact, and I mean, fans right now, as it pertains to football or college football anyway, probably or it's not really on some people's radars. This is time you take a break. So it might be that a little bit. Maybe as it gets closer to the fact and the kind of the financial reality starts to set in, especially around our town here. I'm in Nashville. Lincoln, especially there'll be an economic impact, I would think, unless Rule and Troy Dannon come up with something that's appealing. See, I don't rule out the fact that they could come up with something that holds appeal. I mean, maybe it's a band, maybe there's, I don't know, involving other sports in some regard. There could be a level of creativity where you say, okay, the spring game isn't going to be played, but they're going to have this and this and this, and that could draw 50,000 people. I would leave open that possibility.
Yeah, there's a part of me at the beginning of the answer. It made me think, how many people just don't even know about this? And thus we're going to get to like March or April, and then there's going to be this, wait a second, what? You're telling me there's not a spring game this year?
Yeah, I wonder about that too, Josh. Exactly.
That'd be pretty fascinating.
It could be, but, it'd be, how many times have we seen folks, and I get it, it's different, a spring scrimmage versus a regular season game, but, when certain news breaks about the schedule, which is several months away, they got the takes, they got them right now. And again, it's different, scrimmage versus an actual game, but it is surprising because I'm told that, this is the one time where people, actually go to games because it's the one that they can afford. And I'm a little surprised we haven't heard maybe more from those folks.
There's that. I mean, I don't know. I don't know how to. I think there's no new coach. There's no new quarterback. I think the way Frost did it, I think interest did wane because they didn't tackle. It already was kind of fading a little bit, but then when you hire a new coach, you get a bump. When you have a quarterback, you get a bump. You get a new quarterback, you get a bump. But none of those things will be in play. I mean, you do get to come in and see the portal players if they play. I mean, come on, the big thing is the line. They just don't have enough guys to.
No,
have
I totally get why they're not doing it. Totally get it.
Right. So I don't know. I think people do understand it, and I think that helps. It helps in terms of you don't get a lot of negative reaction if people understand why.
Sip, how impactful is the Berkay injury going to have on whether it's Thursday or just the next couple of weeks of games?
Well, obviously it affects the Maryland game because Derek Queen and Julian Reese they're really good bigs. I mean, averaging 9. Both of them average about 9 rebounds a game. They're both double-figure scorers. Watch them. I mean, they're good. They're good bigs. Berkay's 6'10". He's been very strong defensively. And the beauty of Berkay, and this is what I think really sort of disappointed Fred, or why he was disappointed by the injury. I've always said about Berkay, he's got a gorgeous shot. I mean, it just wasn't going in. I mean, but then it did, and he was 3 for 6 from the 3-point line against Ohio State. His shot always looks good, and Fred said he shoots it in practice. It's beautiful, and there it was going in. And I thought, okay, here we go. Now they're going to get a little more in the scoring column from Berkay. I think it's a huge injury. Now we'll see. Fred says it's day to day. Definitely going to miss the Maryland game. You just got to kind of see from there. John has covered basketball a long time. Ankles can be kind of hard to read initially. I don't know,
especially for big guys.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. You're right. And he runs the floor. And he plays out on the floor. it's big. My sense is, Josh, is it's a big one. And if he's out an extended time,
yeah,
if Braxton Mia becomes much more important now. Andrew Morgan is already important, becomes a little bit more important. But I think it's one of those injuries where you can point to 4 or 5 guys that they're already important, but their importance escalates that much more.
So you're in Nashville.
Yeah, isn't on 3 like convention?
That's what I thought. Probably work-related deal. You
What a
taking
in any shows at the Opry? Going to the Grand Old Opry?
No, I didn't do anything last night. The guys went to Tootsie's and did some stuff last night. We went to a Mexican restaurant, and then the guys went out. I didn't go out because I have a radio show in the morning.
You do?
When I get up at 5. So a lot of the old, by the way, just went in about 8 o'clock last night, and I qualify as an old. The 50 and over crowd. Yeah, thanks, Josh. The 50 and over crowd went in early, and I don't know tonight exactly what I'll do.
I hear Nashville's a happening place.
Oh, really? I hadn't.
That's what I hear. I haven't never been to Nashville.
Same.
Broadway is the area, and yeah, it is. Not that I would know. I was here for the Music City Bowl in 2016, and I guess I ended up on Broadway one morning just to pick up, I had to pick up something at a hotel for somebody, but I didn't see Broadway then. I should just go tonight just so I can say I did it.
You should get yourself some hot chicken.
Had hot chicken for lunch, so that's taken care of.
Okay, good. You took care of that. What else?
Barbecue. Have some barbecue, maybe.
Barbecue tonight, Josh.
There we go.
They're having a party, and they're having barbecue at that. So I'll probably go. I don't think it's required, but I think I will go.
Okay.
Gonna go to Dolly World?
No, I'm not doing any of that. I think we're leaving. It's possible, I guess. I don't know what's the weather like there right now.
You're going to be coming back to snow tonight and tomorrow.
Yeah, I think 3 to 5 though, which is not hardly anything.
Yeah, but
some people say that's a lot.
Some people do say that 3 to 5 is a lot, but also because we haven't had any really snow this year, you know how bad we are the first time it happens. It's just happening later. So
also, it's going to be really cold
Armageddon.
tomorrow. It's going to be really cold tomorrow too,
which will make it kind of fluffy snow, easy to manage. I don't. I mean, we might not get back, but that would not be the end of the world. Another day in Nashville, so I'm not fretting about it.
Then you could go to Dolly World.
Yeah, I'm not Dolly World. I think there's a Johnny Cash museum. There is, which I'd be interested in. I'm not really interested in Dolly World. I'm not even sure what it is.
Honestly, I don't even know if it's in Nashville.
Good Lord.
I don't know. I'm not of Tennessee. I've driven through it once, maybe twice. And
yeah, that was it. Gotten a good feel for it, to be honest. We went to a business complex and for these meetings and Ubered there. I haven't seen a lot of it myself.
Well, Sip, we'll let you get to it then and enjoy the rest of your stay there, learning about On 3 things, how to properly frame yourself for, podcasts, videocasts.
Always important.
There's a lot that goes into this business, I'll tell you that.
Mm-hmm. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. And you're never too old to learn.
Thank you, John.
You're welcome. You're welcome. We got to stand up for each other. We got to stand up for each other.
I know. We're both doing well, Josh. Take note of that.
All right.
That's
I will.
right.
I'll write it down.
That's right.
Have a good one. Hey, thanks.
All right.
Bye, Sip.
You bet. Thank you, Sip. Steve Sipple of HuskerOnline.com, a member of the On 3 network.
Wow, that sounds like a fun trip.
Yeah, Nashville does sound like fun.
Mm-hmm.
I like Nashville.
There you go.
I went
Nick
to a
likes
Waffle House in Nashville once, and it was the most Waffle House experience ever.
That's awesome.
It was good. You had the sassy waitress, you had the cook.
Oh,
and they were
John's
trading,
about to crap on it.
No.
They were trading insults back and forth. The waitress called me honey.
House.
I only went to Waffle House one time, and it was during COVID, and so it wasn't as fun. They had a limited menu. I need to get the full experience. I was very sad. It was like we have 5 things.
I mean, as long
Everyone's
as they
wearing
have,
masks.
as long as they had waffles and the hash browns, you're good.
Yeah, but you know me, man. I want some eggs, some bacon.
I
an
bet.
Well,
omelet.
I'm guessing they had eggs and bacon.
They did.
Don't bother with omelets.
I
Man.
like.
Just,
What do you mean? Don't bother with omelets?
because at Waffle House, it's about the waffles and then the smothered,
I'm not-
covered, and topped hash browns.
I'm not you, John. I exist in my own world where I want.
Yeah,
what
we
I
know
want.
you exist in your own
A very
world.
normal and cool world.
No, I'm actually with Josh on this. You can get so many things at Waffle House. You don't have to limit yourself.
All
like
right,
a
never
child.
mind, John. You were right. Just kidding.
I bet working at Waffle House during COVID was interesting because you already live there. It's Waffle House.
Oh my gosh. It's time for break.
Content is coming up. What's for dinner is coming up.
And more.
Hopefully no more bad jokes about Waffle House.
Can't guarantee.
What I was going to say about Waffle House when you said it's a typical Waffle House experience, I would argue, get out of here. Get out of here. Go. You should be practicing your plate throwing. Go practice your. Wait a minute. You suited up? Why did you
Look at him? He looks like Whitworth.
Put a jacket on. He does look.
Look
He
at
does.
him.
You
And
do
he's
look
bald.
like. You look like you look like tiny baby Andrew Wentworth.
Wow, this is
show me
awesome.
Show me your tiny baby Super Bowl ring, tiny baby Wentworth. There it is. There's
Look
a
at
Super Bowl
that.
ring.
Look at this. Incredible.
This is why he came up here, because he can't be down on the floor shooting baskets if he's wearing his jacket. Jacket on, jacket off. Back after this on 1620 The Zone. It's the calm before the storm. Tonight here at CHI, Creighton, UConn, We got it all for you right here on 1620 The Zone. Can the Jays make it 10 straight? This would be tied for the fourth longest winning streak under Greg McDermott. But the difference between this winning streak and all the other long winning streaks, this is the first one that is strictly all in conference and all in the Big East Conference. Most of the other long winning streaks had some crossover from early non-conference into conference. But this is one of the top winning streaks in Creighton history.
You worried at all about some of the quotes that came out yesterday, just about running on empty, this being the end of this? They still haven't had, I was reading John Walker this morning, they still haven't had that week off. So he hasn't played more than 3 days, or hasn't had more than 3 days between games since the week off at the beginning of January. It's not going to have a Big East bye until it gets through this game and then the game on Sunday. Are you worried at all that could show itself tonight?
There's always a possibility, but I'm just going to look here at UConn's schedule. Now, they did have 6 days off between the Marquette and the St. John's games last week, but they were on a pretty long run. I mean, these things, it's like this every year.
Oh, for sure.
Right? It's like this every year.
I'm asking, are you worried it's going to finally catch up with them tonight?
I guess maybe a little. You would think maybe with the energy, though, in this building, that will, help push things along just a little bit. I think the thing that concerns me more is the team that you're playing. But if we're looking at this from a mental side, UConn's going to be a team that's very urgent. Yes. I'm not going to say desperate, because teams like UConn aren't desperate. I mean, this is the 2-time defending champs. But they're going to be playing with some urgency, because if they lose tonight, their chances of winning the league are practically gone. Not technically gone, because they would still mathematically have a chance. But, I mean, to be 4 games back of UConn, of St. John's, 4 games back of Creighton, having already lost both games to Creighton, not really possible, especially, given what the finishing schedules are for all of these teams. So they need to win this one tonight. So I'm probably more worried about that. I know that Ryan Kalkbrenner and Stephen Ashworth were both playing through some illness that had run through the team that dates back to last week. I guess hopefully, and I was watching the shoot around earlier today. So I can't say that I can't tell by that, if Kalkbrenner's feeling 100% or not.
Sure.
But maybe coming off of that and feeling a little bit better from that standpoint will offset some of it. We'll see. The other part of this matchup that's concerning is Liam McNeely, the great McDonald's All-American forward, is back.
Yeah.
He missed a month of the season, did not play in the first matchup in Stores. He changes their team because really good three-point shooter, but he's really good at getting to the rim. Even though he missed a month of the season, he still leads UConn in free throw attempts. So even though he missed, 7-8 games, he still has more free throw attempts than anybody else on this roster. So he's good at getting to the basket. He got most of his points last week against St. John's going to the free throw line. So that's going to be important, because one of the things that, you may have not recalled from the last meeting, Creighton got to the free throw line 10 more times than UConn did in Stores. And I know Creighton's not a team that typically fouls a lot, but you don't normally see that kind of
a wild disparity
differential
on the road
in a close game.
Yeah.
In a blowout game, you'll see it. But this game was a 1-2-3 possession game the whole way through in Stores. Creighton got to the line 10 more times than UConn did. So, that can be a big difference maker. It changes the way you have to defend UConn, because, the guy who's probably the happiest on this Huskies team that McNeely is back is Alex Karaban. Alex Karaban, preseason All-American, another great shooter. Teams were able to basically put some of their best on-ball defenders on him because they didn't have to worry about the McNeely component. Now you freed that up a little bit. Solo Ball's on a really good run hitting threes. Had 7 at Marquette 2 Saturdays ago. So, this team has gotten stronger, even though the results haven't shown it. This team has gotten stronger since the last time they played the Blue Jays. So those things concern me more necessarily than the fatigue factor. But yeah, I would say, anytime you get this deep into a season, you always have to worry a little bit about how the grind has affected the players.
Yeah, I think this is a good text from Adam. He says, I'd be more worried if they were playing DePaul tonight. It's UConn. They'll be jacked and ready to go, rest or no rest. And that's an excellent point, because if you're coming near the end of one of those really hard stretches in any sport, and sometimes you get to a team that you're like, oh, thank God it's only blank. Sometimes you'll lose that game. Whereas, hey, what's raising the level of play one more time at home against a team that you have had a ton of success against? Creighton has not allowed UConn to score more than 70 points all but one time since they rejoined the Big East, and that was in an overtime game. Like, I think they can do that again. They did it earlier this year on the road. Can they do it one more time? It is, you look at the minutes that Ashworth, that Neal, that Kalkbrenner have played. Obviously you know about the travel that they've had to go through as well, given that you've been a part of it. I think they can do it for one more game. The game this weekend, I think, would maybe be a little more interesting, even though it's with more rest, but it's going to be on the road, and obviously it's going to be against a really good St. John's team.
Yeah, but the energy in here should be really good. It always is on Dollar Beer Night, and you wonder how the Dan Hurley Creighton student relationship will be. If you remember back to last year's game when Creighton upset the number one team in the country, there was some verbal exchanges that led to a tisk-tisking of the Creighton students for saying some naughty words. It created what has been affectionately called the Hurley Tunnel, a longer tunnel that leads out from the locker room. So you wonder how that's going to go.
Mm-hmm.
But I think, and you always have to factor this in with a Dan Hurley team, they always play with a chip on their shoulder. They were the favorites last year in the tournament, and they played with a chip on their shoulder. He always has his teams just at that emotional level, that you typically need to be at in games like this.
Yeah.
So I'm not saying that UConn necessarily is a greater challenge than Marquette was, or a greater challenge than what St. John's will be this week, but it is a great challenge because, again, I think this team will be playing with some urgency.
Yeah, backs against
tonight,
the wall.
Given where they are currently in their season and the fact they've never won here in Omaha before.
100%, man. I was going to say, the fact that they keep losing to Creighton, they've never won in Omaha, has to just be so inherently annoying to them, given all of the other things that they've been able to do, back-to-back national champions. The stuff last year with them in Omaha, like, they will definitely bring, I'm guessing, a little extra juice to this matchup tonight.
Austin Jacobson will have our pregame coverage starting at the top of the hour, and we will take over here from CHI Health Center at 7:30. Tip-off at just shortly after 8 p.m. Creighton UConn. And, yes, don't forget, if you haven't checked your maps already, this is the power stripe out. If you're sitting in the end zones, navy. And depending on your section on the sidelines, it's either white or baby blue. The maps are all over social media. But in the event you don't have the right color shirt or sweatshirt or pullover or sweater vest, you can always have the free towel. And they've got every seat covered in towels.
Nice.
Tonight with the proper colors.
Even yours? Will you have a towel too?
Yeah, where's your towel? John, does John
I don't
get
know.
your towels?
I'm sitting way up here. I don't probably not, but I'm sure I could get a towel if I wanted one. I have many towels. Let's see do I have a towel left over? Most of the time I put things in the radio kit, and they just get left in there. Like we remember when we were at Churchill Downs, I put a
one
Churchill
of us was
Downs.
at Churchill Downs.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. When I was at Churchill Downs,
John said we.
He said we. Yeah.
Well, me,
Comrade
Creighton, whatever.
John.
Let's see. What is this? Oh, I still have the baby blue Beat Bama towels from
nice.
last year.
Nice.
Kind of faded now.
Mm-hmm.
Sitting at the bottom of this. So yeah, there's a towel in there.
Nice.
It might look a little funny for me to be waving a Beat Bama towel in a UConn game.
Yeah, I'm guessing they'll put a towel there.
They might. Like I said, I know people. I could get towels if I need to.
Nice.
Coming up next, we've got content, and Nick made a bold prediction that he put on the list.
I did.
about the Super Bowl. And we're
Oops.
about to find out if Nick already is going to be shamed
Oh,
on the list.
I've never gotten shamed in my life.
well, this will be a first time for everything, Nick.
Also, there are early NFL power rankings
Cool.
and soft ass Mavericks
Oh,
coming up on 1620 The Zone.
I made you some
Unsportsmanlike
content.
Unsportsmanlike content.
unsportsmanlike content. Content that's unsportsmanlike.
Did you know that apparently they're having a winter storm on the East Coast, which, means if you watch any television news, that's all you're going to see for the next 24 hours. They've named it, because the Weather Channel's into this thing where they name all the storms like they're hurricanes.
Mm-hmm.
This winter storm on the East Coast is called Winter Storm Harlow.
Sounds like a character from that show you like, John. Yellowstone.
It does.
Does kind of.
Mm-hmm.
What should we name our winter storm?
Betsy.
Yeah, it hits a little too close to home. I'm going to say Winter Storm Longar, after my favorite name of Oklahoma basketball lore. There was a player named Longar.
Longar.
Winter Storm Longar.
It's going to be hard to top Longar.
It
So
will be.
I got nothing.
I like
Okay.
Longar.
Cool.
Well, boys, 126 million people watched the Super Bowl.
Oh, whoa, Nick!
Wow.
That's like about 20 million more people than what I expected would watch the Super Bowl. Why was I so wrong?
Remind me again, Nick, why you thought it was going to be where it was.
I thought the general population, not like the hardcore sports people, but this general people were just going to be over it because we'd already seen Chiefs, Eagles. I talked to a lot of people who aren't in the sports world, and they were like, yeah, this is boring. I don't really care about this. So I demand a recount on these viewing ship numbers.
Viewing ship numbers?
Viewing ship numbers.
Pump the brakes, Donald Trump 2020.
Nice.
They've already factored it in. I'm not surprised, you know.
Are you surprised it got more viewers than last year, though, given that last year was actually a good game and went to overtime? Or have the Chiefs now reached an era where more people want to tune in when they're getting their asses whooped because people hate them so much?
I think that's part of it.
That's
I think
wild.
there is an element. I think the pursuit of history.
Yep.
And those people who want to see the Chiefs suffer.
Yeah.
The Chiefs have become a poor man's America's team. And I think that helps drive ratings.
It definitely does. Yeah, you were really wrong, Nick.
I was pretty off.
Yeah.
Luka debuted, scored 14 points, probably ate a dozen hot dogs.
Jeez.
And the Lakers won.
What is going on with you two in this Luka trade? There is Luka and Laker derangement syndrome right now. From
All
John
right, settle
and
down,
Nick.
Donald Trump.
Wait, aren't you the
16 through 2025?
Nick, John, aren't you the one who always talks about derangement syndrome more than anyone else in this studio?
Well, because you have deranged
And
Cowboy fan syndrome.
I would say this is now like the 4th or 5th day in a row where we've had Luka questions and content for no reason whatsoever. So
I mean, it is
the
derangement. There's no more
syndrome.
football, so we have to find something else to talk
Well,
about.
it seems like you guys are a little obsessed with him. Also, what are we talking about? Eating a dozen hot dogs. Why are we being mean about him?
Well, I mean, I'm guessing that's what the Mavericks thought.
They definitely said that.
They said, "Hey, probably a dozen hot dogs."
You look good in that Laker gold, baby. Go Lakers.
See, this is the deranged Laker fan syndrome.
Wow, interesting.
Deranged Laker fan syndrome. They actually think they're going to beat the Celtics.
No, the Celtics won't make the finals, so why would they beat the Celtics? Wait, John, didn't they actually beat the Celtics 2 weeks ago, though? Like literally on the court?
It's the regular season.
Oh,
it's
interesting.
Guess what?
John just has his cake and eats it too, no matter
the
what.
Yankees probably beat the Dodgers in the regular season. Did it matter in the end?
Nick, thank you. Lots of goalposts right now.
There's no goalposts.
You mentioned the Mavericks earlier.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, angry Maverick fans showed displeasure with their incompetent management, and the NBA's code of conduct allowed the team to kick these fans out of the arena. How soft is the NBA that they can kick folks out for "Fire Nico" signs and mouthing the words on the big screen?
So a guy, they were doing one of those things where they always move the camera around. Hey, kids.
Yeah, they were like singing songs. I watched it this morning. Yeah.
And this one guy gets on the camera and you can see his lips and it's
Fire Nico.
And the camera immediately jerks
It
back.
zoomed back. It was hilarious because it's like suddenly he's still in the shot, but he's just tinier now.
They kicked that guy out of the building.
Sad.
The fact that the NBA allows teams to do this is so pillowy soft. Are you kidding me? Just, if you're the Mavericks, be happy these people still showed up and spent money on your crappy franchise. What the Maverick fans really should do is not go to the games.
Correct.
And just leave that place a barren wasteland.
Let's just hope that no Creighton fans get kicked out of the game tonight for mouthing the F word at Dan Hurley. Because if they do, then we can say pillowy soft Creighton people kicked them out too.
Sad.
I can't imagine the
no
NBA
one's
is
getting
happy.
kicked out of here tonight if they mouth the words "Fire Hurley."
That's
on the big
definitely
screen.
true. I have to imagine that the NBA as a collective is so mad about this because that is embarrassing. To kick fans out for having just take the sign away. Take the sign away. Also, Fire Nico is going to get someone. John, imagine if Steve Peterson would have been able to kick Husker fans out of the stadium in 2007 for statements that disagreed with his job, the place would have been half empty.
I bet he wanted to.
He definitely wanted to. Probably want to do other things to him, too.
Oh.
He had the red phone to the state penitentiary asking if the hot seat was ready.
What did you just do?
It was a remote, Nick. It's not a big deal.
Did Josh break another remote?
It's fine, thankfully. I was worried about it, too.
Adam Schefter put together a list of 5 most interesting teams in this NFL offseason. Cincinnati led the way, followed by Cleveland, Nolans, New England, and the New York Jets, Jets. Are any of these teams interesting to you?
No, not really. Like, I was trying to figure out, like, I read some of the blurbs. These teams don't really seem interesting. Like, the Jets are in year 1 of a rebuild. New Orleans also is going to be in the midst of a rebuild. I guess Cleveland is, just to see, like, are they going to ride the Deshaun Watson train one more time? The Patriots, I mean, it's going into year 2. I guess Cincinnati is interesting in that they have really good players, and yet I don't think that those really good players will all be on the roster in a year or 2. So, weird list, Adam. Very weird.
Yeah, none of these teams really interest me. I mean, Cincinnati, barely. The Saints, no.
Hell no. No,
Cleveland doesn't interest me. The Patriots are going through another rebuild. I guess maybe you could talk me into the Patriots just because they brought one of their own back. Of course, they just fired one of their own to get one of their own. Go figure. The Jets don't interest me at all. I am out on the Jets. I think the Jets are reaching Alkins status. We don't care. We don't care. Just because they're in New York, so what? This is a poorly run franchise. We should be ignoring them.
I don't care.
I don't care. Jets, I don't care.
Yeah, save that for Thursday. That's a good idea.
That is a good one. How bad are these early power rankings for next season by ESPN? The Chiefs are number 1, followed by the Bills, Lions, then the Super Bowl champs. Go Birds. The Rams are 12th, the Cowboys 18th, and my Dolphins are 20th. I think that's too high, though.
This is a terrible list.
What would you do?
Okay, how are the Rams behind the Texans, the Bengals, the Chargers? Okay, maybe I could argue the Chargers.
I definitely could.
Are you kidding me? The Rams may have been the best team in the second best team in the NFC at the end of the season.
Yeah, but
this is a stupid list.
They don't have
and the Eagles are 4th. You know, they still have that talented roster. They're not losing a lot of guys off that talented roster. This is a dumb list.
I don't really have that many issues with it, honestly, but I don't care about the Rams component.
Well, that's because you think the Chiefs are, they're just getting started. They're going to win 19 more Super Bowls.
You're so weird. I would put the Ravens higher. They are not the 5th team, in my opinion. I would have them above the Bills. I like the way that their roster is set up more right now. Interesting to look at like the 6 through 10, where you got Washington, Green Bay, the Chargers, Cincinnati, and Minnesota. 4 of those 5 teams made the playoffs. The Bengals were just on the outside. And yet I would say that a few of those teams are going to drop down, and you're going to have some surprises climb all the way back up. Like, we sure the 49ers are 13? Like, that seems a little too low to me. This seems like, I don't know, at the end of a season, John, and I'm like looking ahead, I always try to find the obvious teams to drop and then the obvious teams to climb. And I feel like the writers of this kind of like disagree with me in some of those areas, but don't hate it too much.
The Brewers will honor the late Bob Uecker with a patch on their uniforms this season. Do you like this?
I think it's pretty cool.
It is.
Yes, it's kind of a plaid pattern, and it's got Uecker's signature in the middle of a baseball. It's very classy.
Yeah, I think it looks good. I always am curious how teams are going to handle it. John, I'll give your Cubs credit. I think that they had the coolest look when Harry Carey passed away with the glasses. I thought that was good. And then when Tom Landry passed away and the Cowboys had a hat, what kind of hat was it? A fedora? How would you describe the hat that he wore on the sidelines?
Yeah, I think it was a form of a fedora.
I loved that patch too. So I'm always curious how teams are going to handle it. I think that this is pretty cool.
Even without my GOAT and your GOAT, Caitlin Clark, Iowa dog-walked Nebraska last night, 81-66 at PBA. Fremont High School graduate Taylor McCabe scored 17 for the Hawkeyes. John, why is Fremont revolted against the Huskers?
Well, they haven't. I mean, this young lady, she went over and She's starring role for Iowa. Congratulations to her. Interesting, though. Remember, this Iowa team was able to beat Nebraska and Lincoln.
People forget.
But Caitlin Clark's team didn't.
They did not, Nick. Remember?
I remember it was close.
Wow. Okay, Scott. Going to call an onside pass in basketball?
Sometimes moral victories are just as important as an actual victory.
Fascinating, Nick. Absolutely fascinating. This McCabe seems like she's pretty good.
Go Hawks.
No.
Yes.
Were you watching last night?
No, I was following the tweets, though.
I was asking Nick, too.
Oh,
Were you
no,
watching
Nick
last
wasn't
night?
watching.
No.
Well, it was your Hawks. It was your Hawkeyes.
Go Hawks.
You can't say that if you're not going to watch.
Go Hawks.
How can you? I mean, you were such a big Iowa women's basketball fan last year.
You were.
What happened?
Were you lying to us?
Nope. They don't have my goat and your goat right now.
So you just watch Indiana Fever games now?
I'm a Fever fan.
Yeah,
I got a fever.
You're fever pilled?
I'm so fever pilled.
So it's not about a team; it's about a person.
Oh, you sound like a LeBron fan.
I think a lot of people like people.
That's hard to argue. Well, John doesn't, so
that's fair. The Jays are 3.5-point favorites tonight versus UConn. What's going down?
Versus.
Damn it. I'm working on it.
Versus UConn.
Versus UConn.
I think UConn's going to get it done, John. I asked that question a little bit earlier. You basically called it a stupid question, but I think it's a good one. Is Creighton too tired? I think they're too tired. I think UConn is out for blood, and I think Dan Hurley might rip down the tunnel in celebration and say, I don't need this. Say the F word at me. Say it in my face.
You know, he wanted a longer one.
He wanted a lot of us do, Nick.
Nice.
Give me the Huskies to win by 10 points.
Bulletin board material.
From me? Are you going to tell that to Mac in your pregame interview? My
should.
co-host.
My co-host, who is a moron, by the way.
Not a moron.
Allegedly.
No,
I mean,
not
would it shock
allegedly.
me- Would it shock me if UConn won? Absolutely not. It's a big challenge tonight.
Big challenge.
Big challenge.
Nice.
And that is...
You never predicted it, John.
I'm calling the game.
Okay.
That's what I just said. I'm calling
Wow,
the
interesting.
game.
If we had predictions today, he would have to pick.
He would.
But now he's calling the game, and he's like, I'm going to pull a Kirk Herbstreit.
Blue Jay Bishop strikes again.
John Bishop.
Yeah, I'm going to pull a Kirk Herbstreit. I'm
handshake
blocking
meme.
your ass. I'm blocking you for your stupid, hey, everybody, bring a newspaper. We'll ignore Kirk.
Stupid. You thought it was cool.
Because he made us feel bad. Because
You said it was cool. You said, Josh, you're my idol.
Who won that, by the way? Because that was from the that greatest team of all time. Was that which team won that?
95. 95 whooped up on the 71
that's
team's ass.
why Kirk Herbstreit was right. That was so stupid. 71 team was clearly the better team.
No.
95 team.
Shout out to 1995, which was now 30 years ago. Wow.
That was still before I was born, though, so I'm okay.
Yeah, not great.
It was a long time ago.
John, you were still a tiny baby boy. You were Matt McMaster's age, and look at you now.
And look at me now.
You're way older.
Now he's John Bishop's age.
Now you're John Bishop's age. Still got that gray hair, though. That's
Such
nice.
good hair.
It's incredible hair. We all wish we could have it.
I love your hair, John.
You know, you might not be able to
It's
have
just
John
hair.
Bishop's hair. You can, though, get emails from 1620 the email. Go to 1620thezone.com and subscribe today. Coming up, maybe in a newsletter near you, the difference between verse and verses. It'll be verses versus verse.
Nice. That sounds like it could be a fun blog post. or
Verse
something.
versus verses. It'll be great.
Nice.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yep. John is saying, I want to get done with this show so I can go watch a basketball game.
Well, I mean, I still have a couple hours before
Many
a basketball
hours,
game
yeah.
starts.
And you
so.
still have one more segment to go.
And what is that segment called?
What's for dinner?
On 1620 The Zone.
When you knock us down, we're going to get up, and on the way up, we're going to bite a kneecap off.
Crust is good on your pizza, not your ass.
I will eat your ass first.
He's tough as a Woolworth steak.
And then it's going to take 2 more shots to knock us down. All right. And on the way up, we're going to take your other kneecap.
I'm ready to hang them up, gut them, and skin them, and chop them up. You know what? I'm ready. My daughters aren't starving to death. I'll eat my neighbors.
And we're going to get up, and then it's going to take 3 shots to get us down. And when we do, we're going to take another hunk out of you.
Cliff, what are you going to take away as your best memory from playing basketball at Boston College?
Probably just, like, going out to eat.
I don't know. I haven't been down on the floor to see what they're setting up in the press room.
John never knows Bishop.
You know, last
I'm
week
guessing.
I guessed pizza, and I was finally right. I'm going to guess pizza for you tonight, John.
I am going to guess
pizza.
It will be Italian. It will be
mozzarella
pizza.
From
it'll just be mozzarella cheese.
There'll be some salad. There'll be some mastacholi or maybe a lasagna.
Mastacholi.
Oh, lasagna. We had that last week in my household.
I've never even heard the word mastacholi.
That's what I'm guessing.
Really?
I don't know what that is.
You've never heard of mastacholi?
I don't know what mastacholi is.
Honestly, I don't know what it is either.
It's just
I know the word, though. I know the word, Nick. I know
just
the
the
word.
noodle. It's just the shape of the noodle.
So my wife complimented my buffalo sauce last night for the wings. She said, "You make great buffalo sauce."
Aw.
I said, "Thank you, dear." We actually have some leftover wings. We didn't toss them in the sauce, so I'm going to throw them back in the air fryer tonight. Toss them, throw them back in for a little bit more to get that crisp on it. Maybe some waffle fries.
Another benefit to having a bedroom sink when you're eating your buffalo wings in bed.
Oh,
you can just go and wash your
monster.
hands.
You disgusting freak.
We got Hawaiian pizza last night.
Oh my gosh, you disgusting
and it
freak.
was delicious.
Ah, you are gross.
Where'd you get it from?
It was Domino's.
Gross are us.
We had coupons.
Coupons?
Yeah.
I'm not offended by pineapple on pizza.
No, it's good because you're an
Your takes
adult.
have been
John.
rough lately,
Yes,
John.
I know. No, my takes have been fine because I'm an adult.
People are reaching out and they're saying, sir, why does John have such bad takes? I say, I don't know. I can't control.
I'm not saying I go out of my way to order it, but if it's there, I'll eat it. I'm fine with it.
There's 3 of us that live in this house. We all 3 know we like Hawaiian pizza, so we're like,
You're all
let's get
3
Hawaiian pizza.
monsters, Nick.
It's delicious. I don't know
Honestly,
about
the
that.
thing that's more disappointing about it, and Jack Mitchell will shake hands on this, is the ham.
Oh.
I much would rather have, sausage. I love sausage on pizza.
Interesting.
Sausage is the best meat / pepperoni. Those two together.
Pepperoni and bacon are my favorite on pizza.
Nice.
Pizza.
Oh, the
Pizza,
bacon hive.
Here we
bacon
go.
hive.
Here we go, John. John's being a freak again, too.
Do you know tonight is the 35th anniversary
1990?
of the Buster Douglas beats Mike Tyson fight?
Yes, somebody said that to me earlier. Was it Mike Neville? I think it might have been Mike Neville brought that up.
I don't know what this is.
Oh, John, tell the
Mike
young.
Tyson. Mike Tyson was the dominant heavyweight champion. Really the last great dominant heavyweight champion. He was amazing.
For the record, I know who Mike Tyson is.
Okay, you know who Mike Tyson is.
Yes.
Nice.
So he had the belt. He was the champ. No one could touch him. Buster Douglas was, Josh, can you look this up? I want to say he was a 30-1 dog.
It was massive. 42-1.
42-1. And they were fighting in Tokyo.
Yeah, so what time was this on in America?
It was late.
Yeah.
Because here's how I found out. I don't remember if this was pay-per-view or HBO. But I didn't have either.
Yeah.
And I got home from work and turned on Sports Center, and they were kind of doing the whole round by round, this round went to Tyson, this one, and it was like, oh my God, this guy's giving him a run. And then, in the middle of the show, they said Mike Tyson lost, and it blew my ever-loving mind.
That's crazy.
Wow. I mean, this dude, like you said,
42-1.
42-1
nuts.
underdog. That is, you don't see those guys win. And Buster Douglas becomes the champ.
Yeah.
Literally out of nowhere. And ruins the whole myth of, the undefeated Mike Tyson.
It's hard now. As someone who, when I came to and boxing first got on my radar, it was actually the Holyfield fight where he bit off his ear. So by that time, Tyson is almost more of a caricature of himself than anything else. So I still struggle to understand the hold that he had on the sport. But I can see it in like 42-1. I understand what that means, but still, it had to be even more shocking than the odds were because of how dominant. And John, what was the fight where he beat the guy in like 15 seconds or something stupid?
Well, I mean, he
was a monster.
Yeah, he had the
In and out of the
fight. I'm missing all my names here. But
here was Frazier. It lasted Marvis Frazier.
Marvis Frazier
30
destroyed him.
seconds in 1986.
That's a very long time.
Yeah.
He did. He mowed through opponents. He was I mean, people were talking about him as the greatest ever.
Yeah.
And then this guy from nowhere, Ohio, upsets him and changes everything. And of course, soon after that, and Tyson was already having some off, out of the ring type stuff. The Robin, what was her last name? Robin, the actress that he married.
Givens.
Robin Givens, thank you. There was already starting to be some things going on, and really his life kind of spiraled out of control after that, and he was never the same.
Didn't his trainer or somebody died too in his life, and I know that didn't help either.
Yeah, so it absolutely blew my mind. The funny story about it was, so it was like a week or two later, Tyson was supposed to do a guest shot on Saturday night's main event, WWF, and they had to quick do a changeover, and Buster Douglas did it instead because he was the champ.
That's amazing.
35
years. Wow.
35 years ago tonight. All right, stay tuned. Austin Jacobson's got your pregame coverage starting next. Should be a great night here at the CHI Health Center.
Have a great
Stay
call, John.
safe through the snow.
Yes. Bye.
Stay